This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I'm so glad to spend my Monday with the Speculating family. I enjoy our time together every day so much, and I look forward to it with great anticipation. It's good to see you, Shauna, No, Bad Girl, Michelle, Ava Slim, good to see you, Hio, I saw you in here, Sarah, Amanda, Williams, Cara, No, Jill Corby, Pisces, good to see you. Bad Girl, Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, Tony. Chrissy Knows It All, good to see you. Marley Mum, good to see you. Good to see you. Believe, I like your name. Good to see you. Sarah Lee, good to see you. I'm scrolling up. Sarah Lee said, hit me. Hit me, baby, one more. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't like Britney Spears. Okay. Good to see y'all. Thank you all for being here this Monday. Today, we are going to talk about some things. I have some issues. Okay. I have some issues. I can't get over this statement. I know a lot of you, we've talked about it, but we're going to dive into this immunity interview because, again, I've got questions. First, I want to show you something that somebody pointed out. So to see that, we're going to go to the body cam footage and we're going to go to the very end. Somebody pointed something out to me in the comment section, and I try not to, I don't want to like call them out and pull the comment up. So we're going to just talk about it real quick because like sometimes people will have their real names on there. So we're going to go to right here. Let us see. So basically, somebody pointed out the fact that Jen Soto's bedroom is right by where Stefan's car is parked. And they said, could it be possible that they took her out the window? That would keep them from taking her out the front door, where you could see just right across the little walkway there was houses and people would have seen. Also, that would keep the roommates from seeing, and with the window being right there by the car, it would make it really easy to just put her in the car. Now, of course, it's just a speculation, but I think it's possible. So right now they're kind of in front of the house. You can see that all of these people over here in front of Stefan in this area right over here would see if they took her out the front door.
White Nissan Sentra there, that is Jennifer's.
We're going to wait for him to get past this part. I'm not talking about down there. Okay, I think this is where we need to be. Right here. Okay, so this window right here, I do believe that's going to be the window, the sliding glass door that's behind Maddie's TV. That's probably a room. Her room or Jen's room is right here. Both of these windows, I think one would be for Jen's room and one would be for Maddie's room. How easy would it have been for them to just open the window and pass her through the window right over here to Stefan's car? Look how close those windows are. And somebody said that, you know, maybe that's why the tools were there. Of course, again, it's just a speculation, but do you guys think it's possible? You'll have to let me know. I thought that was a good theory, and we really haven't talked about that theory yet. So again, those windows right here, straight to the car. I found that interesting, and I wanted to bring it to you guys today. And thank you to the person who left that comment. Very interesting. Okay, we're going to jump into this interview for just a second so I can show you guys my issue, my biggest issue with this case. Hey, Carolina, good to see you. Hey, Ashley, Michelle. There's a lot of Ashley, Michelle's, and Veronica's and Vanessa's. So if I miss you or don't say your name, please let me know that I haven't said your name. So we're going to take it back to this. Tony says could be possible. Darla, good to see you, love. Darla said, I also thought the window was a possibility. I couldn't tell if the hedges looked messed up or not, though. Oh, we need to go back and look. Well, yeah, because it would have been right after that. So, yeah, we'll go back and look. Hold on, before we jump into the next thing. Let's go check that real quick. That's a good point, Darla. I made a playlist for today. So I got all my videos ready and I don't have to search through them. All right, let's see if the hedges look messed up.
White Nissan Sentra there, that is Jennifer's.
Okay.
You don't need to see that necessarily. Okay, they don't appear to be messed up. I don't know if we could zoom in anymore. They're cut and trimmed like they were just done. It looks very nicely trimmed, so I don't know if we'd be able to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell because the body cam is blurry. Hey, Mallory Beavers. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Anders Love. So, yeah, it doesn't appear that they're messed up, but I don't know that we could tell. There might be a little indentation right here, it looks like, but that's like in the middle of the windows. That one looks a little indented, but it could also be where like the bottom of the bush is there, where the branches haven't grown out in that section. Let's see. Sarah said, welcome, beautiful people, both new and returning. Please smash the like button. Get this incredible channel into the algorithm. Sending love and good vibes. Thank you, Sarah. That was so sweet of you. Ava Slim says, does anybody know where Jen Soto is? I personally think she's pulling the psych card to get out of trouble. I think she's in a psych ward the last I heard. I don't know. You know, that was the last I heard, so I'm not real sure. Carolina said, definitely possible. We can't put anything past these two, Stefan and Jim. Jen, sorry. Right, I agree. Hey, Nona. And hey, Martha. Martha said, just seeing the area, no way Jen did not help carry Maddie out with Stephen. Right. That's where I'm at. Good afternoon, Nona. Amanda said there was a big chest of drawers in front of that slide open window, though, but I guess it could have been moved. Let us see. Let's see. Let's go back and look what's on the other side of the windows. Hold on. You have to give me a minute to get to these. Because I got to remember which video they're in. Hold on just a minute. Where's my thingy? Oh, don't make me do it this way. Hold on just a minute. Let's pull up the pictures, videos. Do. Cara says, last I heard, according to Reddit, so take this with a grain of salt, she was in a rehab facility to detox off her medication. However, people claim to have seen her delivering food for DoorDash. Really? That's interesting. That would be interesting if she was doing that, considering how she talked about she didn't like people very much. It's definitely above this. Y'all, I will scroll past it like 3 or 4 times before I finally see it. So you have to give me just a second. Here they are. Let's see if they're in this one.
Okay, so you guys have
something
with the detective?
Very, very little.
Okay, so
Okay.
right here is where we want to be.
Why do you guys that she was missing?
I got home one day afternoon. My mom called me and she started asking me like if I knew.
Okay, so that's the sliding glass door over here, and then that's the big window in her room, and then the other windows in Jen's room, like we were talking about. Martha said even to get Maddie out of the townhome would need Jen as lookout. No way he got her body out alone. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. I kind of agree. Absolutely. Sarah said Jen has been keeping a low profile. If she's not in the hospital, probably for the best. Even though we have our opinions, they would be chasing her down like a witch hunt. And yes, they would. We do have our opinions. If the police say she's not guilty, then there's nothing we can do. And it sucks because it's like nobody's that oblivious. So there is a space between the bed and the window because you can see this table over here. So there's at least that amount of space between the bed and the window. I think that's open. I don't think there's anything blocking it. Let's see what the next picture shows. Not that one. So yeah, you could access that window easily because like all you'd have to do is move the chair. So that's the window in her room. Now we're going to look at the one in Jen's room. Amanda said, I don't believe Stephen Stern's got Maddie's body out without Jen's help. I agree. Okay.
Aside from
I'm with you. Blah, 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 blah.
Our families were staying close to all the time.
Now, the sliding glass door has that dresser in front of it with the TV, so I don't think they would have went out that door, but that door faces the other row of apartments, so they wouldn't have used that anyway.
And nobody's heard from her. Do you have any cousins?
See about in Jen's room.
Yeah, we have a lot of cousins, but we've reached out again, nothing.
Haven't heard from her.
Yeah.
Do you guys know of any boyfriends, anything like that, girlfriends?
As far as we know, no.
Okay.
Okay, there is. It looks like the shoe rack is in front of the window. I think anything at this point would look like it had been moved if they used the windows. So everything in front of Maddie's window, I mean, there was nothing blocking it that looked like it might have, like, the only thing in front of the window was the computer chair, which could easily be rolled back in front of the window. Jen's window has these shoes here, and it appears they've been there for a minute with all of hold on. This
So we told the detective.
well, this shoe rack over here, it appears to have been there for a minute because of the stuff on the floor right here, kind of piled on top of it. I mean, yeah, you could quickly throw that stuff back on it to make it look like that. But if I had to guess, I would say probably Maddie's window. If they did anything like that. I mean, remember that we are allegedly speculating. Kara said, I agree that Jim was involved somehow, but I think Stepping Stones is victim blaming Maddie. Predators always claim their victim started it. A lot of people say that. I don't think he's victim blaming Maddie. And I respect your opinion for thinking that. And most people do. I think in his twisted mind, he loved Maddie and he felt like they were in a relationship. I think that he's blaming somebody else by saying, I didn't start it. I think he felt like he loved Madeline so much that he wouldn't blame her for starting it. That's my thought on that. Like, in his I'm not saying like he actually loved her. I'm saying in his warped, twisted mind, he felt like they were in a relationship and going to be together. I don't think he would blame Madeline for starting it. I think he's talking about somebody else, especially taking into consideration his statement about she did something weird with a phone when she was really young, but he never goes into detail about it. Cara said, in my opinion, this is why Jen stayed behind when everyone was out looking for her. She put everything back in its place. Very possible. Very possible. Hey, Sarah. Pisces said, I'm not 100% convinced he was saying Maddie started it. She would have been, 8? I think Jen started it. I think something happened before then, too. Hey, conspiracy realist. I like your name. I missed your, it jumped, so I missed your chat, but I like your name. Hey, Pink Banjo. I really love your name. I want a pink banjo. Do you have a pink banjo? I want a pink banjo. Pink Banjo says, finally, respectful, concise discussion. I sure appreciate this. I appreciate you. You guys are making valid points. You guys are making valid points. Amanda said, pedos usually believe the child was the seductress. They do. They absolutely do. I think it's different for him. Like I said, I think he thinks they're in a relationship and somebody else started it. Nicola MC, thank you for being here. The intro song is off of Epidemic Sound. To join Epidemic Sound, you get access to music that a lot of YouTubers use, most YouTubers. That song is called Pull Me Out by Mike Stringer. It's relatively cheap. I think it's between 10 and 20 bucks a month. And you get access to thousands of songs that you can use on your profile at any time. And that song is on there. You might be able to use it, like if you're not using it on a channel, you might be able to just listen to it without getting in trouble. If you want to use it on a channel, you would have to pay the monthly subscription fee. Real quick, I had 2 comments. Conspiracy Realist said, I feel Jennifer hated her daughter and was very jealous and envious of her, and Madeline paid the ultimate price for the way her mother felt about her. I agree. Why do you say you were way off, Cara? Janet says, sadly, I don't think we will ever know. He will take a deal. You think so? I think he's trying to take it to trial. Pisces says, I really feel Jen was in control. The panic in her voice is enough for me. I think she was in control as well. I think that she is a lot more conniving and manipulative than we like to give her credit for.
About like her Roblox.
I'm going to see if they show that area again
I
close
think
up.
she has Instagram.
Hey, Lily.
Okay, so
So
you
all,
guys
like, the
have
known
spoken
stuff.
with the detective?
Very, very little, but yes.
I don't know if we get to see that side.
What is it called?
Detective Hunt.
Okay,
Just to
gotcha.
see, and
We just want to be kept informed.
Yeah, no,
I feel like we
100%.
haven't like heard anything. Like in 2 days, it's been nothing.
Yeah, now it's going to
Yeah,
go back
we
out.
are working on a lot of stuff. We don't
Let
talk.
me mute this. I just put in like short audio clips in the background. Okay, we're going to go back real quick. Hey, Natasha. Whoa, I went too far back. Hold on just a minute. There we go. All right, so comparing the 2 windows, I think it would have been a lot easier to get out of this one because there is the space of however wide this table is. That much space is going to be between the bed and the window, and the only thing blocking that is the chair. Sleepless in South Africa, thank you for being here. Sleepless said, I think Jen is the mastermind of the actual unaliving. I don't know. It's just a feeling. I think so too. I've thought that as well. I've thought that it was an accident. Maybe she caught them doing something and kind of flipped. Lily said, I thought he'd take a deal. However, the more we know about him, there's no way. He's such a narcissist and truly believes he's innocent. He does. Jen Absolute, thank you for being here. Said, since even his father wonders what bullet he thinks he's going to dodge, I really expect him to take it to trial with expectation of squirming out of this. Yeah, I think he does. Mallory says, I'm with you. Jen played a bigger role in this. I also think she was jealous of Maddie and Stefan. And when he said, I didn't start it, I think he was referring to Jen. I do too. Yep. I think that the Woody Allen comment, she was like, you can't do this to me. As in, I think she means them being together. Stefan and Madeline being together and leaving her. I think she wanted to always be there with them. I think she didn't want them to ever leave. Mallory said no deal and will use TBI as an excuse. Yeah. He has nothing to lose by going to trial, says Teresa. They don't need anything from him to offer him a deal, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to offer him a deal. The Woody Allen comment is absolutely nuts. Okay, so back to this. The only thing blocking the window is this computer chair, which could easily be rolled out of the way. And you have the amount of space from the table to the window. Let's see how the bed appears, like if the blankets appear messed up. I mean, the bed is made. And there's blankets thrown on top of it. I don't understand why all those blankets are piled on top of it. I mean, you can take into consideration that she never slept in that bed. But see that the chest of drawers and TVs in front of the sliding glass door, which he wouldn't use anyway, because again, it's facing the other apartments. Hey, Free Gaza, Free Palestine. It's good to see you. And then again, in here, we've got the shoe rack blocking the window. So, which I mean, you know, the window comes down pretty low. It would be easy to just step over that. Dang it. But why even worry about that when you got Madeline's window with like nothing blocking it and the ease of getting out? See, the shoe rack over here, and then you got this stuff kind of laying over it at the bottom here. So I think that it would have been harder to get out of that one. Plus, judging by the way the curtains are laid and moved, it looks like that window hasn't been accessed in quite a while. I think it's definitely possible, and I think they would have used Madeline's window. So we'll go back to the other thing. Sarah said the only deal would be life instead of death. Yep. Oh, Marley said, didn't he wash those blankets and just threw them on top of the bed? I know he was doing laundry. I don't know if it was specifically those blankets, but that makes sense. My lovely Jenny Jen. Oh, I lost your comment. Said, I don't think he'll take a deal, especially if the judge may be known to take death penalty off for life with no parole. Yeah, I don't think he's going to take a deal either. Hey, Linda, it's good to see you. Linda said, hi, hi all. I always thought Stephen Stearns placed Maddie out the window in the dark of night. It would have been easy for him to transfer her to the car with blankets over her. Yeah, it might have been you. Somebody left it in my comment section. I didn't want to say their name out loud, but that's the theory we were just discussing. So if it was you, thank you for saying that, because that was a new theory that not many people have talked about, and I think it's definitely possible. Blah, blah said those windows are heavy. If it's the emergency exit, it's going to take 2 to open. Yeah, they're big, and they do appear to be heavy. Jill said, did they go inside the house with the dogs? Could he roll her to the car? Otherwise, he threw her through the window. He could have, I don't know. I'm sure they searched the house with the dogs. He could have put her like over his shoulder or carried her like a baby or put her through the window to the car. The car was closest to the window. So if I had to guess, I think they used the window, but I think it would have been in Maddie's room because it was easier to open and get somebody out. Amanda said, I think it's possible Stearns let Jen feel like she was in control, but she wasn't. Personally, I think he was a master manipulator. Yeah, I could see that. Hey, Edith, good to see you. I could definitely see that. I think she knew more than she's saying, and I think she controlled a lot of what was going on, especially, in the interview we're going to also talk about in a minute, where she's like, I trusted him. He wouldn't do those things to me, like referencing stealing from his parents and all of the messed up things he did to his parents. And for her to say, I know he wouldn't do those things to me. Well, how do you know that? I mean, if I had to guess, I would say it's because he told you something that's real, that is really important, that he could get in trouble for. He told you something really big, and you felt like, if he's going to tell me that and, trust me with that information, when it could do X, Y, and Z being, lock him up in prison for life, get him in trouble with the law, whatever. If he told me this information and he trusts me with that information, then I know I can trust him not to betray me, because he's trusting me with this information not to betray him. And I don't want to, I hope you can understand kind of what I'm saying from that. It is a speculation, but that's the only thing that would make her be like, well, yeah, he stole from his parents, but he wouldn't do that to me. Why do you think that? Well, because I know information that, could get him in really big trouble. And he trusted me with that. So I know he wouldn't do anything to me. Hey, Florida girl, it's good to see you. Says, I'm tuning in late. Why is there a reason they wouldn't just use the front door? They still had to get to the cars past the front doors, right? We're talking about with the cars being parked. I'll show you again real quick before we jump into what we're going to talk about today. Somebody, I don't remember who, it might have been I didn't pull it up because I didn't want to share names, but we're talking about bringing her out the front. Hold on. Bringing her out the windows because, hold on just a minute. Maybe. Okay. Nope, not quite. I don't know why it's taking so long. In order to take her out the front door, they're going to go past that row of apartments. Okay. Right there. They're walking out the front door right now. So if he's coming out the front door carrying her or her over her shoulder, he risks the people in these apartments right here seeing. Okay. So then we go to the parking lot, and somebody suggested taking her out the windows. Now let's look at that option. Okay, so his car is right here. And this is the window in Maddie's room. You can actually see the computer chair in front of it right there. And then that's Jen's room. So it will be easier to open this window and just quickly go to the car instead of coming out the front door. But I mean, it's just a speculation. At the same time, if somebody saw you coming out the window instead of the front door, they're going to be more sus anyway. So he might have took her out the front door wrapped in a blanket. It's just a speculation. You know what I mean? But that's what we were talking about. And then we were looking at what's on the other side of the windows to see which window would have been easier to be used in that scenario. Amanda says, Stearns destroyed the mother-daughter bond. He triangulated Maddie and Jen against each other. I agree. The roommate, Linda says, the roommate says she heard noises. Maybe that was Stephen Stearns looking for something to open the window. The noise could have been from Maddie's room. Yeah, I agree. All the humanity, I like your name, says Florida's neglect fits for Jen Soto. Yeah, I would think so, right? I would think so. But I don't know. I'm going to show y'all my main problem right now with Orange County.
This fell apart. But there was money. There were packages.
We got to go to this interview. I'm going to turn the closed captions on so you guys can see what they're saying. Listen to what's said in this interview. I know my people that are always here have heard this to no end ad nauseum, but I'm going to keep playing it until somebody does something. Jen says, after watching that most recent body cam footage, I'm with most of you guys. I believe Jen had an equal part in this in the lease. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this interview is of Chris Stearns. Chris Stearns is fishing for information, kind of trying to pin stuff on Jen because his son is in jail. This interview takes place in July. Listen to what they say.
Arriving on a constant basis. When I asked him about, where the money was coming from, he said savings. Well, I can tell you that other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly, there was never been any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So some money had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught.
Hey, Bellis, I didn't see you, love. I'm glad to see you today. It's good to see you.
In a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was, and I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So in July, we're saying we have literally been line by line. Thousands of hours were spent going through Jen Soto and Stephen Stern's phone, and they can say definitively that Stephen Stearns was working independently, and it appears that Jen didn't know. Okay, so out of all things, we've all been saying,
person I know who can sit in a car and watch a
we've all been saying she most certainly knew about the CSAM, right? But there could be a possibility that she did not know about the homicide, correct? Okay. Well, if in July they're telling him that she didn't know about the CSAM, then they're definitely going to say she didn't know about the homicide. So that would mean there's probably not going to be any charges for Jen Soto. And so far, we have discussed, maybe they didn't want to give him that information. And my thought process on that is, if that's the case, why not say, well, it's an open investigation and we can't give out details of the open investigation, instead of giving a detailed answer like we've been through her phone thousands of hours line by line, and we can say that Stephen worked independently. In my mind, that's the truth. That's them saying that there's not going to be any charges for Jen Soto. And I am absolutely devastated. I am mad. I'm furious. I want to punch a stuffy. I don't know. I'm not happy. Sarah said, is Chris the stepfather? Because did he just say his inheritance from his father? Is it grandfather and cutting out? No, I think it's his father. I caught that too. It sounded to me like he said his father. We'll go back to that, but I was questioning that as well. I was like, wait a minute, I thought Chris Stearns was his father, and it might have been posted somewhere before the answer to that. I'm not sure.
We have spent months,
but we will review that. Hold on a minute.
Literally going line by.
Let's listen to it one more time. It's not going to hurt. It's just a couple minutes. He did say father, and it doesn't appear to cut out. Oh, basil is good, love. He is sitting on the end of the bed. Don't squish the basil.
Fell apart.
Okay.
There was money. There was.
Let me get my captions. I don't know why they go away. There we go.
There were packages arriving on a constant basis. When I asked him about, where the money was coming from, he said savings. Well, I can tell you that other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly.
He definitely just said, well, I can tell you then, other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly. So yeah, I don't know. Jen said he said his father, but I'm pretty sure he misspoke and meant grandfather because there was an inheritance from the grandfather. So that explains that. That's what I would go. That's what I would go with. I would think he misspoke because he does misspeak several times in this interview. So he probably meant grandfather. Hey, Susie Q. Susie Q said, I don't think she's going to be charged. I hate that, but I think that's how it's going to go. She deserves to be charged, but I'm pretty sure it's up to the DA, and he has no interest in pursuing Jen. Right. Why? Why not? Why are we not pursuing her for what happened to Madeline? Queen Olive, my love, said it was Chris's father. Thank you for that. And we'll listen to this last part one more time. This is in July, and we'll go to the interviews.
Any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So money had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen. And
that references the I didn't start it comment, and the people who know him best, his parents, don't think that he is victim blaming either. They think that he's talking about Jen, like a lot of us do. So that's where I'm at with that.
And Jennifer was, and I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
He was.
I can tell you that, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So he was involved in criminal enterprise.
Well, I don't want to say criminal enterprise, but the stuff that was found on his phone pretty much painted the picture of the whole.
So, and again, if that painted the picture, why do we need Jen's testimony? Why isn't she getting charged? I saw old Granny Annie is here, and old Granny Annie says Jen thought she had mental issues before. Cash cow gone. I see her spiraling down. Guilt and no cash, in my opinion. Yeah. Yep. Kara said they were fishing from Chris to see if he knew something that they weren't aware of, in my opinion. I mean, I hope so, and I hope she's going to get charged, but I don't know. Gray Moon said, and thank you for being here, they weren't working together. However, Jen Soto should be charged with negligent homicide for having her daughter sleep with the monster. I agree. I'm with you 100% on that. All right, I'm going to back this up just a smidge.
Right in front of your face for your missing.
We had been going through this after knowing the information that I just played for you and reviewing it. So we're going to continue our review of this until we get to the end. And then we will jump into the immunity deal. That was pointless. Like, for what? Why are we doing this? We got no new information. She lied during the interview. Why are we doing this? I just want to smack somebody. I'm sorry. Oh, the humanity, right? Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity says, I wondered if Deborah was guilty of any essay with Stephen Stearns. Could that be who started? I don't think Deborah was guilty of doing anything. I think that the only thing Chris and Deborah are guilty of is loving Stearns too much, and Stephen, and coddling him and making it so easy for him to be a man-child. That's my opinion. But I respect your opinion as well. And I appreciate you sharing. Kara said, I saw this in Discord, but it reminds me of when investigators tell 2 suspects, Billy told me everything, Johnny, tell me what you know. Like, you know, he told me everything, so you tell me what you know. Johnny told me everything, Billy, tell me what you know. Right? It could be, but I would think I would think the conversation would have been worded differently, right? Because saying it like that, you know, we've been through each line, thousands of hours were spent. We've been through line by line. They work independently. It's just so, you know, definitive and like it ends all possible other theories. Like in that moment with that conversation and with him saying it that way, it just smashes everything. It's like, you know, she wasn't involved, the end, that's all. You know what I mean? Anders said, I think Jennifer was involved in the homicide, at least having guilty knowledge, and they're lying about it. Yeah. And then lastly, Jen Absolute said, I'm also waiting for Stephen Stearns to blame his parents for abusing him. I had that thought when his father complained of the break in contact. He might try to go down that road. I don't know. because his parents are the only ones supporting him right now. And I think they will continue to be the only ones to support him while he's in jail.
I remember being on my phone.
All right.
He was on my
Where's
phone for a
the
little bit.
captions?
I know I was medicated, and I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking.
I'm medicated and zoning out. I mean, again, with the freaking medication excuse. It irritates me how that excuse is used for everything in their life. Everything in Stefan and Jen's life is, oh, I'm medicated. I can't. I'm medicated. This is why. I'm medicated. I'm medicated. I'm medicated. A crock in the car, a crock in Jen's room makes me think the choke happened there so quiet. Yeah, it's possible. You know, since we're just talking about speculations. Sarah said, can someone give me insights? If cops lie during an interrogation, could they be BSing the Sterns because of their investigation and they can't discuss Jen's part? Yes, they could be. But if that were the case, I question why give it so much, like why give so much detail in the answer instead of saying it's an open investigation and we can't discuss an open investigation. Why say, you know, give so much detail about going line by line, thousands of hours and all of that? Why not just say it's an open investigation and we can't discuss that with you? Stoic Dissension, thank you for being here, says it's a big old crock of horse crap. I can't effing understand how Jen So Toast isn't locked up and in a vault underground. Excuse me. It's sickening to no end. It is. I'm with you. I mean, I'm done with it. I'm so furious with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and I apologize. I mean, it's just, I guess it would be the DA because there's appears to be no charges coming for her. Lastly, Nicola says, Colorado badly needs a new DA, but Rourke has just been voted for another 4 years. No NK investigation will happen until he goes, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know much about that one in particular, but I've heard the name.
Thinking anything of anything. I
Yeah, Cara, it's possible.
never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think. Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know.
Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. Nona said when Jen Soto told detectives she knew about the CSAM and was not surprised, but she never thought Stephen Stearns would hurt Maddie. That's worthy of charges of neglect, in my opinion. I agree. Jen said, I only guess why they wouldn't disclose Jen's potential involvement is because they have their main suspect. Maybe hoping during the CSAM trial, Stephen Stearns will disclose some type of information. If he turns on her and gives them information to go after her, that would be good, but they're going to trial in September. So I would think if they're going to charge her, they would want to be doing that now. Your best nightmare. Good to see you. I lived in Weld County and am ashamed of D.A. Rourke. His wife had a true crime podcast where they call Know a Victim, and she was involved. I've seen that. I've seen them talk about that podcast. I don't know much about it, though. Yeah, I've heard about that. Thank you for sharing. Hey, Meemaw and Sherry. I'm going to pin the link for the StreamYard if anybody wants to come up and talk. Hey, Jenna's Gypsy.
But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
I cannot. Like, now I know. But then I was believing everything he was telling me. Like, ugh. It's infuriating. Her baby talk.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was in your words medicated, in their words high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that that investigation is occurring right in front of your face for your.
Can we get a round of applause for that? I just pinned the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up. Oh, I shouldn't be mocking, but I was. Abella said, to everyone with letters in your name, hello. Hello, my love. Hey, Boomer. Boomer said, the story about forgetting to take her meds Saturday, I'm not buying. Wouldn't she remember when giving Maddie her meds? Or why not have a reminder on her phone? Well, the thing about that is Maddie's medication was supposed to be refilled in December. And here we are in February, and she claims to be giving them to her every night. Although if she was, she would have had to get a refill. And Bestie said that Maddie hadn't taken her medicine since Valentine's Day. But you're supposedly giving them to her every morning and night, and you didn't know that she hadn't taken her medicine since Valentine's Day. And it could be told that she wasn't lying because of her attitude and her demeanor at school was different. Like friend Bestie could tell that she hadn't been taking her medicine because of how her mood was and things like that. Yeah. But you give it to her and you're a helicopter mom, a hawk mom, or whatever. Okay.
You're missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened.
Exactly.
It minimizes your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent with a person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
Exactly.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you're fully incapacitated.
It is like, like people, like drunk drivers, for instance, if they get in a car wreck, they're all of a sudden like shocked into being sober. Or if you have ever abused substances and let's say you're doing something and you get in trouble with the law and you end up going to jail or something, you're all of a sudden, your body shocks you into being sober and going into withdrawal almost immediately. A situation like this would have shocked her into being sober and knowing what's going on. And right now she's talking about sitting in the car with Stephen Stearns for 4 hours while the police are looking in her house and doing all kinds of stuff around her house. And she can't tell them the conversation they had. They didn't ever talk about, well, what if Maddie was missing? What did you do that morning? Where did you drop her off? Why is my child missing? She's claiming they had absolutely no conversation at all in that car. They didn't talk about anything at all whatsoever pertaining to the case. And she's trying to give an excuse. Hello, Bebopalua. Bebopalua. It's good to see you. Bebopalua said if she was so zoned out, she is asking for child abuse charges as she could not only keep Maddie safe from harm, from Stephen Stearns and more. Yeah, if you're that medicated, how are you taking care of a child, ma'am? I would like to know, and that's a good point. Your Best Nightmare said Jen did watch Madeline like a hawk. Hawks are predators. Lucy Letby said the same thing regarding her victims. Jen forced Madeline to make CSAM. It's a possible speculation for sure. It is absolute BS. Sleepless in South Africa. Adrenaline, yes. Old to humanity.
There's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb.
Nope.
Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
No, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious or this and that. I still believed the story he had told me that when we were sitting in the car. I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like.
And what is going to make you have that much trust in somebody to where you don't even doubt them, even though your child has gone missing? They're the last person to take your child to school. They factory reset the phone. They have a donut on their tire. What if that's true? What is going to make you believe somebody to that extent? Number one, being severely manipulated. And number two, because he's told you something so big that you feel like, well, if he told me that, I know I can trust him with everything because he trusted me with that. And that thing that you have told me is so big that it could, whatever, cause you to die, cause you to get in trouble with the law, cause you to what's going on now. What is it that is so big that he trusted her with to the extent that she trusts him this much? I mean, and then you take into account where she says the CSAM's not evil. That's got to be what it is. He told her about what he was doing to Maddie, and she said, oh my God, if he told me about that and trust me with that information and is not trying to hide that from me, then I know I can trust him fully because he told me this thing that could get him in so much trouble and get him in prison for the rest of his life. He trusted me with that information, so I know I can trust him fully. That's what I think the deal is. Being from the outside. Bebop said, Lion biatch, trying to portray she's so naive. Absolutely. Old Granny Annie said, they said the road he was on leads to Alligator Lake. Thank God for the flat, or this would be Sebastian all over, in my opinion. Yeah, that flat was divine intervention. Hio says, you're giving her too much credit. What else would make you trust somebody like that, you know? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think makes her trust him to that extent? I mean, it has to be that, because she knows he's stealing from the parents. She knows he's doing all this other things. Why is it that she thinks, oh, he'll steal from them, and he'll do all these things to them, but I know he won't do that to me? Why does she think that? Hio said, you're thinking rationally from your point of view. She's not as smart as you. Well, thank you for the compliment. I think there's something there. I really do. And, I'm allegedly speculating here, but I don't understand what else would make you trust somebody to that extent. Unless, he shared something huge with her. They were best friends. Yeah, but you're trusting this man, even though he dropped your child off at school, come back with a flat tire, factory reset his phone. And he's stealing from his parents, but think he would never do that to you. Why, what makes you trust him to that extent? Abella said, meanwhile, she explained how he stole from his parents and had an underage girlfriend in school when he was already older. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Jenny Jen said the text was, Maddie is no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it. See, that's the other part. But you trust him to that extent. Lori said, look how she reacts with the detective. She's trying to get info. She's the main manipulator in that relationship, and she was strong enough to kick him out before and snapped her fingers, and he came back. Yeah. Yep. She thought she was special. Indie girl, yeah. And money, Abellis, yeah, I agree with that. But to what extent? Why are you so special? What makes you so special? What's next? I like your name. Says, I think Jen
They're
Soto was
wasting time.
in on everything.
The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked.
I think you knew she was being sex trafficked in your own home. What's next said, I think Jen Soto was in on everything. I agree.
I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
But she thought enough to get him a lawyer.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. No one discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
Talking about if she had been found. I don't know why.
Now that's self-soothing, that type of rubbing there, I think. Oh, y'all got a lot of good comments. Let's see what y'all are saying. Susie Q said, I wouldn't have even believed him when he said that the vape shop didn't open on time. Even if I didn't think someone was lying maliciously, I would have called the vape shop. You know, that's the type of person I am. Like, you tell me you were going somewhere, but then the vape shop didn't open. I'm calling the vape shop. I'm looking on Google. I'm double checking, but I'm suspicious of everybody all the time. Shell Wilson, or Whalen, excuse me, thank you for being here, said, if any of those images of poor Maddie were taken in Jen's bed, then that I can't risk it comment makes more sense to me. Shows me she's been fully aware. Well, when we were reading documents, there was some kind of fluid found on her bed, on the gray charcoal blanket that was on her bed, but it wasn't found anywhere else in the house. There was nothing. I think there was stuff found on Maddie's bed and Jen's bed, but not in bedroom number 4. Now, somebody please explain to me how that happened. Abella said, because I'm convinced she knew everything and thought he would protect her. She shared in the money that they made from selling Maddie's pictures and videos. They're a team. Right, that's where I'm at. Pink Banjo said, true. She also wouldn't let Maddie go on sleepovers because she didn't trust men in those households. Right. Why? What's Next said, I think they were both addicts and didn't have cares other than selling what they could to get their fix. Speculating. It's a possible speculation, yeah. Kara said, you allowed it to happen. Let's see. And it jumped down. Lori said, and Jen knew exactly that there was CCTV at the vape shop. Was it planned for him to be on CCTV, then come home and make it look like he did a drop of Maddie? He did drop Maddie off. Yeah, it's possible, especially when he talks about with the sheriffs and he drives them out to where he supposedly dropped Madeline off and is like, I don't know if there's cameras here. Is there cameras? Did you guys find cameras? Do you see any cameras? He says it like 3 or 4 times in that video. It's ridiculous. Sarah said, I can see you chasing one of your former partners down for being shady. Absolutely, I sure will. I will call them on it. I have. I will call them in a minute. Boomer says she got that sex trafficking idea from her conversation with Tyler, who threw that idea out there based on what he was told. Really? I thought it was something that Stefan brought up. Or she brought up. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. Oh, Granny said yes, and I feel the poem he wrote is trying to take a hit for the death. In my opinion, Jen did it. Just me. Running away pregnant with Stephen Stearns, in my opinion. Yeah. Very possible. I agree, Rachel. Stop it.
There's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where he could have taken to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone, the areas you described, and we can go through it.
Sure.
Right, Susie.
You said House of Cards?
No.
House
House game rules.
House. On Vine Street in Kissimmee.
at Oak Street.
That house game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
I think so. Hey, Vicky.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, it's maybe rural, but we're looking more for where you think based off of his route, not necessarily just like the green.
Now, people have pointed out during this part right here, you can see how intrigued and interested she is in trying to like help find the route. It's real interesting. Hey, Crime All the Time. Crime All the Time said maybe he, quote, got rid of her because she turned 13 and could choose to live with Bio Dad, and Sticky didn't want anyone to find out what he was doing. That's a possibility, considering that they were talking about her moving to Texas. I hadn't thought about that either, because when they talk about her moving to Texas with Tyler, my thought was, well, they're not ever going to allow that to happen because they don't want her to tell him what had been going on. So, yeah, definitely a possible speculation. Rachel said, I understand that mental illness can cause emotional responses to be off, but she's way off and left field and great at playing stupid. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nicola said, I'm hoping it's going to be like the Adelson fiasco where they arrested the buggers one by one. They'll get the lot of them in the end. I hope so. Aw, Sarah said, my daughter now refers to you as Basil's mommy. It's precious because I showed her some of the Basil pics and videos you've shared. That is precious. Aw. Sadly, now my 55-year-old step is homeless. Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry. I will be praying that they get help. You can't, it sucks because you can't help them unless they want to be helped. I'm so sorry you're dealing with that. Linda said maybe Maddie told him she was going to live with her dad. That might have put him over the edge. That's possible. And then lastly, real quick, well, I got two more. Rachel said crime all the time. Remember Tyler saying they were working on her moving to Texas and dad would have found out. Yeah, I think it's a very possible speculation. I think that was a good point for a crime all the time to make. What's next said, I can't believe people get away with molesting kids. There needs to be warnings all through grade school about appropriate and not appropriate behavior. I think it would help a lot. I think that us as parents should have a talk with them to try to explain that to them in a way that won't make them, take their innocence because, I'm not going to be like, I've talked to my kids about it, but I didn't go up to them and say, if a man is trying to touch you in your genitalia, there's other ways of saying it that's not so graphic, and I think we should all have conversations with our kids about things like that because you never know. It could be somebody you trust. It could be somebody that you don't know, and if they know what's appropriate and what's not, then they're more apt to tell you sooner than they would if they didn't. Real quick, Amanda said neither Stefan or Jen had empathy for Maddie's suffering. Both being addicts reduced any empathy normal parents would have. Being addicted to substances does make you focus on that one thing. But I think it's more than that. I think she had disdain for Maddie in the way she acts around her and looks at her and talks about her. You can tell there's definite disdain, and it's not, I don't think that's related to substance abuse. If that's what was going on, I think it was just genuine. She didn't care. She talks about people's emotions at the grocery store, saying people are coming up saying, I'm so sorry, and I can't deal with the weight of their emotions. And I wonder how many times Madeline was told that. She was jealous of her.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something from a personal perspective. Unfortunately, I was addicted to substances for quite a while. And I would have never, like my children, I loved my children. My children were my world. I had a problem. But I would have never, I took care of them. Even, I don't want to go too deep into my personal story, but my children came first. I was sick around them from time to time, and I dealt with that in a way that I still took care of them. And I had to deal with it myself. I had to be strong and just power through it until I could fix the being sick part. But not all people who are addicted are horrible parents and all of that. I was actually like, even people, told me that I was a really awesome parent. I would have been better if I wasn't addicted to the substances that I was. Absolutely, 100%. And you cannot function as a good person being addicted, but I was good to my children even when I put them first. You know what I mean? There's a lot more to this, and I think it goes more into her being jealous and things like that. Linda said Maddie was at the age where her peers start talking about things like that. Maddie probably realized that it was being done to her and was wrong. I think she stood up that night and fought back. Pink Banjo said it's hard to believe that lazy, self-controlled Stephen Stearns would bother walking the dog. It is. That's a question a lot of people have had. Crime All the Time said mental health issues played a part too. Yeah, and I'm diagnosed bipolar too, so I don't know, it's hard for me to understand her as I don't know what other diagnoses she has, but I don't know. It's hard for me to get, because there's a jealousy aspect of it. And I think that's what it was. Terry, I was a functioning addict. I hate to use that term because if you're addicted, you're really not functioning. But I didn't let it control me. I never got to a point to where I was like, becoming a lady of the night or anything. I controlled it to an extent of like, I have to be a parent. I have to take care of the house. I have to do this and I have to do that. And I maintained, and then thank God I'm not doing that anymore. It was a horrible life. I hate it. But at the time, I did put my children first. I made sure they had what they needed before, even if that meant me being sick. If they needed something to eat, if they needed something for school, I made sure that was done before I got what I needed, even if that made me sick. But anyway, enough about me. I don't want to keep going into my life. Nona said, I found some discrepancies in another part of Jen Soto's stories. One, Yolanda, Jen Soto's mom, said that Maddie was never picked up in a line. She was always picked up at the church where she would be with friends. I saw that she said she occasionally picked her up. I would have to listen to that interview again. I've never heard her talk about dropping her off there. I think, and it makes sense that would be somewhere they would go to hang out with friends and wait for people to come pick them up. It doesn't make sense to be dropped off there and have to walk that far. But like if your parent was late to school and you all walked down the road to hang out, while you were waiting for your parent who was already late, it makes more sense. Lastly, Ava Slim said she's using bipolar as a crutch. Many people have that diagnosis, but don't act like Jen Soto. I completely agree. So we'll watch her play detective and have fun at it.
That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House Gables. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535 towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives
Oh, thank you, Carolina. That was sweet.
off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though.
Susie Q said that Woody Allen comment solidified my opinion that Jen knew about Stephen Stearns and Maddie. I think for a lot of us it did. That's such a weird statement to make. Like, why do you even have that fear? Why would that thought cross your mind? Like, I've never been with someone where I would have that thought process cross my mind as far as my daughters go, like ever at all. And if I did, I would step back and be like, wait a minute, hold up. What's going on here? Because there's something going on for me to even think that. I just can't even stand to listen to her. No doubt. Nicola said, I saw a clip recently where Mia Farrow was talking about the day she came home and found a load of SA Polaroids of her daughter with her husband. Can you imagine the horror? Oh my God, no. That is horrible. I've never heard that until Jen Soto said it either. And she did say, you can't do that to me. Not, you can't do that to Maddie. I think she literally meant like, you can't go and be with Maddie and leave me here by myself. That's just my speculation. I don't know how she's so calm. Actually, I do, because she knows the outcome. She knows what's wrong. She knows where Madeline is, and you can't fake emotion when you already know the outcome. Hey, Norma, good to see you.
She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like two people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stefan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stefan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together.
Free Gaza, I
But,
appreciate you guys. You guys are what makes this place great, and thank you for being here. I don't mean to keep pausing, but y'all got a lot of good comments. Carolina said, remember, Jen told law enforcement on the morning of Maddie's body being moved, he went into her bedroom and put her dog on a leash. So she was awake when he took her body out of the house. So yeah. Yeah, she was awake supposedly while he put the leash on the dog, and then supposedly went back to sleep for like an hour. Yeah, and I've always wondered, like, why did he do that? I don't think it was to get the leash. I think the leash was already in the car because it was the poodle ambulance. I think it was to get the croc. And I think he went to get it, and she woke up, and he couldn't get the other one. But that's going to go with, that she didn't know about what was going on. Yeah, it's a crazy situation, Pink Banjo. Hio said, smash the like, please and thank you. Oh.
Yeah, she's just a friend.
I'm going to call you Poop. I think that's what your name is. I appreciate you. I had to read your comment because I was like, I hope that's not a troll. Poop says, I believe they read her as a liar from the jump, and this derivative immunity is the police taking a bet on the high probability that she will be caught lying past the terms of the immunity. Yeah, we haven't got to the immunity one yet, but yeah, that's interesting. I want to know why they did it.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Or is it just, that's your friend, and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend, and he would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives, can you pull up the map?
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Natasha. Yeah, I saw their name and I was like, wait a minute. But no, I read their comment and I was like, oh, okay. Hey, Maria. Carolina said the possibility that Jen Soto helped him put her body in the car, but then I go back to Stefan moving Maddie to the trunk on his own. So it's possible that Stefan did this on his own, but I don't put anything more than likely past him. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would be too much for him to pick her up as in, considering dead weight, like again, taking into consideration that he did move her to the trunk. And I mean, yeah, he could have done it by himself. He could have, there's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities. Heather said, and her phone took 113 steps, 31 down the stairs to unlock the car, back inside and up the stairs and down again. The phone can calculate upward movement, but not downward per my Google. Yeah, that was interesting. We went over that in a previous live. The steps taken were real interesting. That live has got Plunder on it because I got the documents from Plunder's Patreon. Plunder is so sweet. She's just loving playing detective right now. Like, do you think that
She lives somewhere in this area over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there
I'm gonna slow it back down.
often.
There's a preserve there.
Yeah, a few years ago, we would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stefan?
No, Stefan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
Oh,
I've mentioned it before, yeah, when we've gone.
crap.
when we talked about St. Cloud and, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that.
Yesterday, somebody asked me to talk about Asperger's and the possibility of that with Jen. So I'm giving her just a second to get here. And then we're going to talk about that because I said I was going to talk about it in yesterday's lab and I completely forgot. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. Okay, Poop. Thank you. Carolina said, patch Jen Soto because she started lying from the beginning. I mean, why lie? If you didn't see your own daughter the morning of, we all deserve to know the truth. Yeah, why lie about something so important like that? Either you saw her or you didn't. You didn't misremember. Hi, Ida. Ida said, Stefan would never protect Jen that way, in my opinion. If she was involved, he would tell to get some kind of deal. I think he's trying to. Because his dad asked him, has he talked to his attorney? I think he's trying to roll. Free Gaza said, you are known as Basil's mom here also. My 13-year-old niece loved the picture of him you shared. We have rats here and a cat, but her dad had rabbits and a guinea pig when she was little. Basil rocks. Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's in here right now. He's laying on the foot of the bed. Sleepless said, a chirpy psycho, your daughter is not alive. This is after she's seen the pic of her daughter unalive in the car. Yes, it is. I do believe. Yes. I think he's going to roll too. I'm giving that person just a second to come in and we're going to talk about the Asperger's aspect of this and where that comes from. What's next? Says Stephen Stern's parents acted like they were sure Jen Soto was involved. Yeah, they did.
If we were to go hiking out there, to let her know because I've gone hiking without her. Like it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her. That's been at least 2 years. Yeah, those are the only places in St. Cloud that I would know that I could think of that he might be aware of, but
But your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up past purples again?
Yes.
Okay, I just made a post, so I'm going to give it a couple more minutes to let people come in. Hey, Beanie Boomer says she doesn't have Asperger's. She's just acting here. We're gonna discuss it. I'm gonna give people a few minutes to get here if they wanted to talk about it. I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about what I've heard, and then we'll look it up. I think so too, bad girl.
Was he in the video games?
I haven't even went down that one.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40K, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for
Oh, thank you,
Lorcana
Rose
cards.
Miller, for subbing. I appreciate you becoming part of the Speculating family. Girl, I need some hot coffee too. I'm about to go get me some.
and that's why he was gonna go to house rules gaming. He was
I
just gonna
agree,
make
Lori.
stuff, and I said, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money? Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available.
What are you doing?
That's all he said.
What are you doing, Basil?
Every time I did
What are you
question him,
doing?
he always had an answer.
Oh, I'll get Inspector BS. She is acting. I mean, I think she acts in most aspects of her life, and she's really freaking good at it. And I think that's why all of us are questioning her involvement. Not her involvement, but, you know, a lot of things. Sorry, I had to find Inspector BS. I think that's why all of us are questioning, because we can see how well she's acting. Carolina said, the whole thing about them all knowing about Maddie's cycle is so weird to me. Stephen Stearns and his parents did too. That's another thing sus about this whole case. Wow, I didn't know that they knew about it, but that's interesting too. I think what they used to categorize as Asperger's is now under the umbrella of autism spectrum. It's typically less severe and is typically categorized as level 1. They constantly are researching. Okay. Hey, Begaboshi says Jib would be Teledib if she had any other diagnoses. She doesn't hold back on that topic or meds. And she might. So we'll go ahead and talk about that. Somebody referenced to me that Juan and his sister or her sister said that Jen might have Asperger's. And that could be the reason she acts the way she does. I haven't heard that personally. So I don't know if that's a diagnosis she has or not. We're going to read the symptoms and what Google says about it real quick. So Asperger's syndrome is a developmental disorder that makes it difficult for people to interact socially. It's a type of autism spectrum disorder. The symptoms are social difficulties. People with Asperger's may have trouble understanding social situations and body language. They may also have difficulty taking turns speaking or making conversations. I want to make sure I wasn't muted. Repetitive behaviors. People with Asperger's may have repetitive behaviors or interests. They also may be very focused on a particular topic and talk about it endlessly. Clumsiness. People with Asperger's may have awkward body language, posture, or movement. And routine. People with Asperger's may prefer routine and have difficulty with changes. Other characteristics. People with Asperger's usually have average or above average intelligence. People with Asperger's usually start talking before age 2. People with Asperger's may have poor organizational skills. And treatment. Adults with Asperger's can learn to understand their strengths and weaknesses. Adults with Asperger's can improve on their social skills. So a lot of this makes sense. Like it accounts for her organizational skills, but it's not for me. Jen Soto, she seems apathetic to as far as it comes when you talk about Maddie. It's not that she's socially awkward or that she has repetitive behaviors or interests, that she's focused on a particular topic. She does have awkward body language, posture, or movement. It's not that she has trouble speaking socially or interacting socially. It's that she seems to not care. She seems to be apathetic when it comes to Madeline. Could she have Asperger's? Yeah, I think so. It's very possible. I do agree with what you guys are saying, that if she had it, she would have been spitting it out, and because she spits out and talks about her medication and her developmental disorders and all of that on a regular basis at the drop of a dime. So I think she would mention it. I don't remember hearing that myself. I think she could have Asperger's, but I still don't think it explains her, because again, she can't give Madeline one good comment. There might be one or two, she said. you can see in pictures, I'll actually pull one up here in a minute, where she's just got disdain towards Maddie. And I think that's more of it. I think that's more of the issue. I think it's the apathy, the not caring, the arguing, and things like that. I don't think it's a socially awkward type of thing. I think it's just apathy. Right. Sleepless says she just doesn't care about her daughter. And I think that's what we're seeing. I don't think it has to do with social awkwardness or anything like that. I do think she's socially awkward. And I do think it could explain a lot of the body language and things like that, but not the apathy she has for her. That's my issue with the Asperger's perspective. B-Boop says Stephen Stearns may have wrapped Maddie in a blanket and then put some clothes in a laundry basket. He may have had her on top of the basket so no one would think anything odd, hence why he had to wash the blankets. That's possible. I know those laundry baskets will rip because I have the same type of laundry baskets. So, like, they would break, and they would probably break under the weight of a body, but anything's possible. The minds behind True Crime with Dr. Vona. Thank you for being here. The minds behind True Crime said, would love to give you the other side one day just to keep it balanced. And you're right, I'm on the spectrum, and it means absolutely nothing as far as being able to do things. Well, thank you for that. If you would like to come up and talk, you're more than welcome. I have pinned the StreamYard link if you want to do that. But I would love to have a conversation with you. Feel free to email me if you don't want to come up today. My email is allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com, and thank you for your input. Carolina said, in my opinion, Jen Soto uses so many mental illnesses about herself and Madeline to gain sympathy. Jen Soto is more intelligent than most of us here. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's sneaky and clever. I agree. CZQ said, nothing explains Jen's reactions regarding Maddie except she doesn't care. If it was anything else, she wouldn't get so obviously distressed about realizing that her birthday is ruined. Right, and saying, like somebody said a minute ago, the sex stuff isn't evil, but the homicide was. I can't explain that away by saying she has Asperger's. That's just, I mean, it's a weird statement, like socially awkward, yes, but I don't understand how even Asperger's can explain you thinking that the sex thing isn't evil. You know what I mean? Okay. Oh, it's snowing in Philly? That's awesome. Yeah, email me. That would be cool. I appreciate it. Drive safe. Like Abella said, hey, Barb. Barb said the sex stuff is fine. Right. Like, I don't think we can explain that away by saying she has Asperger's. That's just a weird statement. And again, that tells me that she knew about it. And that goes back to what I was saying with she trusts Stefan because Stefan trusted her with this big, gigantic, huge thing. And so she's like, okay, well, if he trusts me with this, then obviously I can trust him with everything. I know he wouldn't do those things to me, like stealing from me, because he's told her about the sex stuff, in my opinion. And she's like, well, he trusts me with that. I know he won't do anything to betray me. I'm wondering what the hell was Mr. J thinking when he dropped every charge he could have arrested Jen on. Seriously. I'm with you. 100%.
Do you guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, see him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back.
The minds behind True Crime said, what about the medication Jen was taking for her bipolar disorder? Mood stabilizers can blow the emotion process. I do not think Jen was a great mom. Let me say that. I've thought about that. I've been on mood stabilizers as well in the past. I stopped taking them because it made me zombified. But to the extent, to this extent, right? Like if you got hit with something so drastic as your child is being molested and has been for so many years, would it not shock you back into reality? Like, oh my God. And even with that, the medication can't explain why you think the sex stuff was fine. Like, she literally said that. Like the no emotion stuff, maybe, and even Asperger's could explain that. But again, the statement, the sex stuff is fine, is my issue. No amount of mood stabilizers is going to make you think that and actually say it out loud. And she's not looking for her daughter. I mean, I want to say she seems apathetic, but of course that could be the mood stabilizer. She's not looking for her child. And again, I would say the sex stuff is evil. Not evil would be my thought on that. Baby Boomer said, in my opinion, Maddie was going to tell, or maybe with child. If she was allowed to talk, Jen Soto and Chris Stearns would be going to prison. In my opinion, they decided and planned this hoping not to get caught. I think it's possible. I think that's definitely a possible speculation. Cray Cray said, real question for anyone who knows, if she was on mood stabilizers, would it explain her inappropriate laughing? That could explain that. Yeah. Oh yeah. The prosecutor from Osceola County. I don't know if I said Orange, but I'm sorry if I did. I meant Osceola. And lastly, Sarah said, having a flat effect and being numb can be a side effect of the drugs. It blows my mind, though, to think that the meds would make her be okay with Maddie being abused. Right. Like, I can't, mood stabilizer is not going to make you say, again, that the sex stuff is fine, but the murder's not. Also, I don't understand the thought process of letting her sleep in the bed with a grown man. Like Barb said, the mood stabilizer makes you let your daughter sleep with your daughter or your boyfriend, I think is what she meant. That, yeah, I don't think that it's going to mess up your thought process to that extent.
Back of it, but still when it's still really busy.
Did she sue Joy? I'll have to find that.
It's all really busy till you pass me.
The Minds Behind True Crime said again, please, everyone, I'm not on Jen's side. I'm just trying to be and bring another perspective. But what if in that moment, Jen still really thought that her daughter was alive? I think it's possible. And no, I hope nobody should be attacking you, because this is a place for open conversations. That's what my channel's about, for us to talk about things, from different sides, because you never know, sharing your opinion could make somebody else feel and change their mind about things. I've tried to lay this out where she possibly thought that, and she could have thought that Madeline was alive in that moment. But again, what makes her think that the sex stuff isn't evil? What would make her say that? And when I tried to lay it out to where Jen Soto could possibly be innocent, the one thing I can't place, and I don't know if we've heard it already, but she recaps the day and she says that she thinks that Stephen Stearns put Madeline in her car and in her trunk. Okay, so we ran through it. This has been a couple of lives ago. We ran through it. If she got up that morning and thought that Stephen took her to school, Stephen had her in the front seat driving around with her and then moved her to the trunk. When he comes back, Jen goes to her blood appointment. She doesn't see Maddie in the car because she's in the trunk. She goes to her blood appointment, comes back, realizes Maddie's missing, goes to the school, goes to pick her up, calls 911, and all of that happens. Okay. And then, the police say, okay, well, he's murdered her. What do you think happened? My thought process is being Jen. Okay, I didn't see her that morning. I know Stephen took her to school, or I thought Stephen took her to school. When I went to my blood appointment, I didn't see Maddie in the car. So where would I logically think he put her? Okay, he put her in his trunk of his car. But then she puts Maddie in the trunk of her car. At no point is it feasible to think that, because if she's saying, okay, what would I do with Stefan? Why are you saying that he went back to the scene of the crime in your car and put her in your trunk or had her in your trunk? Why would you even think he went back to the scene of the crime? Like, I could make everything else accountable if she's trying to figure out how this happened, because she would think, I went out for the blood appointment. I didn't see Maddie in the car, so he had to have put her somewhere. Yeah, he probably put her in the trunk. And then when he got the flat tire, that's when he was placing her body, wherever it was. And he came back with the flat tire after I went to school. So before he had the flat tire, he would have still had to have her in the car wherever she had been. Well, okay, in his trunk. That makes sense. But she says in the trunk of my car. That's the part I can't make sense. Why would she say that? And we know the dog's hit on the back of her car or whatever. Like, why are you putting your car in this scenario when, even if you're trying to lay out how it possibly happened, that does not involve your car at all? So why did you say that? And then again, the sex stuff isn't evil. Why would she think that that's not evil? And yeah, Dr. Bonna, I do appreciate that. I really enjoy when people have a different perspective. I enjoy everybody's perspective, but if you have a different perspective than me, then it makes me have to think about things, and try to figure things out to see if I can see it from your side. So I really appreciate people who have a different opinion, because I like trying to figure out, if we can make it make sense. The minds behind true crime said, okay, I'm being really nerdy now, but as a psychologist, we don't use Asperger's anymore in the DSM. We just say autism spectrum disorder. However, I know what you mean by it, and I have it. Okay, so can you tell me what her thought process would have been on saying specifically that the sex stuff isn't evil? Like, could that be an aspect of that? Since you have that, could you help me understand that? Like, would you ever think that could be a possible thought process in that, with that diagnosis? Hey, Shaboogies. Cray Cray said, do you think it's real or an act? Yeah, you have to let us know. Oh, hold on just a minute. She says, if my computer, okay. Real, I do think she lied about seeing her because she was afraid they were looking at Stephen Stearns and she wasn't. Okay, what do you think about her wanting to get him an attorney right after we know what the picture was. Let me get my trigger warning up. She was shown a picture of Madeline with Stefan's member in her mouth. Why would she want to immediately get Stefan an attorney, do you think? Instead of, and question pressing charges against him. Okay, hold on. I was reading comments. Sorry. I've got to get coffee real quick, so I'll probably be quiet for a minute. So I just wanted y'all to know. RL froze. Where is Jen? Is she still someplace getting treatment? Supposedly. Carolina said, why wouldn't a mother call off work to be with her daughter on her 13th birthday? In my opinion, Jen and Madeline were most likely fighting that day or before her birthday party. She doesn't seem frantic. So she was in training. It is bad to call off when you're in training. So that could explain that. And her actual birthday was the Thursday before, so she might have spent that time with her, to be fair, across the board. Cray Cray said, yes, that is one I can't get past. No amount of meds can explain why she told Chris to get his son a lawyer. Yeah, like after you've been shown the image of that. Hey, Lemon Lime. It's good to see you. Belief said, Beanie Boomer. I think that's what she was talking about. I think Jen had some sort of personality disorder too. I feel like we can't judge some of her weird statements because of that disorder. Okay. Teresa said, let's say Jen didn't. Hold on. the real me too said let's say Jen didn't know, which I don't believe, she still defended him after finding out about the SA, saying, well, I still don't think he unalived her. What mom says that? Yeah, good question. What's Next said, if you haven't watched the friend of Stephen Stern's interview on Gray Hughes Investigates channel, it sheds a lot of light on the type of person Stephen Stern's is. Well, we're going to do an interview of one of his friends tomorrow from somebody I've gotten permission from to go over that interview. That's actually what we're going to talk about tomorrow, to get more insight on who Stephen Stern's was as a person around people who knew him best. The mindset has someone who can diagnose mental disorders. I do not think Jen has Asperger's or autism spectrum disorder. Okay. Do you think she's got borderline personality disorder? I've heard that one stated. Or, I know you can't diagnose her without talking to her, and in no way, shape, or form are we diagnosing Jen Soto. I just want to know what your thought process is on like her diagnosis is, and if it can explain why she thinks the sex stuff isn't evil, or why she said that, and why she's trying to get Stephen Stern's an attorney right after that picture. Hey, Lisa is me. I'm trying to say hey to you that are coming in. Lisa is me, said, I can't imagine telling a potential employer I'm going to need off because this is my child's birthday. They won't think you want the job very badly. Right. Oh. Gistly Ghost said, it looks bad that Jen couldn't remember Madeline's birthday, which was 6 days ago, based on police footage you recently aired. Good point. And real quick, before I go get coffee, Jesse Essex said, if you had the ungodly choice to determine whether your child was SA'd or murdered, which would you choose if you absolutely had to? The one you choose is the most evil. I don't know, just a thought. Okay, but would that mean the SA, you would say necessarily that the SA isn't evil? Instead of saying, well, they're both evil acts, but I don't think he committed the homicide, right? Like, would you not say, I believe he committed the sexual abuse, which is horrible, but I don't believe he committed the homicide, instead of saying the SA isn't evil? But I mean, I guess then we're getting into semantics, right? Like, just because of the way she worded it is different. So I can see your point, yeah. All right, I'm going to play this. I've got to grab me some coffee. Hey, Eek, I saw that you came in, my love.
So right now, I'm pretty sure you're still doing your phone. I think. How'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a moment. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stefan also is not been charged with murder. Right, just a sexual
He's not, or
battery.
he is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery. I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where his body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? No. Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stefan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stefan went on 192?
I don't.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week in any conversations with Stefan where he disclosed what he did? No. Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything,
Okay.
but if you have questions,
Sorry
we can
about that,
see if
y'all.
we can answer those questions.
I had to get some coffee and start another pot. Believe says her no is too soft. I would be firm. Yeah. Dr. Ivana said in Philly, we are raised not to trust cops. We are taught that they can manipulate and show fake pics. My point is, excuse me, I know better now, but Jenny may not. She said mom told her not to trust men. Okay, I mean, again, I would ask, how do we distinguish? And you might have answered it, and I might not have seen it. My question is, like, the main things I can't get past is the getting an attorney for Stefan instead of, trying to pursue charges for Madeline after she's literally shown a trigger warning, everybody, close your ears, after she's literally shown a picture of Madeline with Stefan's dick in her mouth. And, again, we talked about, I think somebody said about the sex stuff isn't evil. We could explain that by stating, what is more evil of the two. That would definitely be the homicide instead of the sexual assault, I suppose. I mean, if we want to get into semantics about that, but if you're trying to like compare one to the other, yeah, the more evil of the two would be the homicide. But again, I think she says that because she knew about the sexual assault and she thought, Stefan loved her and they were going to be together, hence the Woody Allen comment. And she says, that stuff's not evil because they were in love. They loved each other and he would never hurt her like that. And so, yeah, you think the sex stuff is evil. I do not. And I know he wouldn't commit the homicide. I think that's more along the lines. Personally, that's what I picked up from it, but that's just my speculation. Dr. Vonna said, I also have so much to say in response. Maybe we can plan a time where I have my notes in front of me. I have answers to all these questions. I type when I think of something. Okay, yeah, definitely. We need to get together. We do. I would love to have a conversation with you. I think he's a groomer and groomed Jen. He love bombed her by being a great stepdad when she needed help. She probably thought he was great because he groomed her too. Yeah, that's a possible speculation. Absolutely. I think he did groom her. I think she was groomed. I do think that. I think she was groomed. Absolutely. And very manipulated. I compare it to somebody taking their hands and just sticking their hands in your brain and just moving their fingers around. That's what I felt like somebody that abused me did to me in my past. They just warp your mind to where you could see a orange sun and they would convince you that it's a purple moon. You know what I mean? So it's, manipulation is atrocious and it's bad. It can be horrible. So yeah. RL4s said maybe her weird statements have nothing to do with autism and everything to do with guilt. Yeah, and I mean that is also true. We're just trying to, go down either, both avenues. Believe said her comment about risking Maddie in her bed was a nail in her coffin. I agree. That was a weird statement to make. Hey, Barb. Barb said groomed equals no excuse. Yeah, I don't think it's an excuse. I just think it's a possibility, not much of an excuse. And then real quick, the minds behind true crime said, I would love to have so much I can present to you. The dick in the mouth. Jen tried to ask out loud if it could be the roommate kid until the cop said it's on Stephen Stern's phone. I didn't catch that. So I'm glad that you told me that. I'd have to remember that. I'd have to go through that interview again to hear that. I didn't know that. Hey, Bazard. Sorry to be talking. Good to see you.
No, it's all good. Yeah, that's one way to jump in the panel and hear that. But no, I was just gonna kind of
I'm
agree
sorry.
with. Oh no, it's all good. No, I was kind of agree with the post. Like I was just thinking, like, yeah, I thought she was trying to blame or rationalize. Oh, it had to have been someone else other than Stefan or Stinky. And I'm like, well, who's another male in a household? But from what I remembered, wasn't the other boy kind of special needs? And or was he? I forgot what it was. Was he special needs or he had some form of disability? So it would be like, why would that even come up in her mind? You know?
Yeah.
There's
So
only. Mhm.
what? Wait a minute. What do you say? I know the. Hold on. Sorry about that. I know
No,
you
it's
were
all good.
referencing the boy being special needs because I think the roommate's son is special needs. I sincerely apologize, but what were you stating in reference to that?
Yeah, like like the other the highlight that you posted in the chat. I thought I heard or remember something where she mentioned something related to what they said, but then I'm like, well, there's no other male in that household other than Stinky and the special needs boy, and I highly doubt Maddie would be getting involved in a special needs child, especially that age anyway.
Right, but I mean, okay, if she didn't know about the abuse, then it would be an accurate question to say, well, how do I know that's Stefan? I mean, I know they were trying to show her Stefan's member and maybe they pointed out. I'd have to play the conversation again because I have to remember, recipes for dinner. I have to homeschool the kids in the morning. So I try to keep all these things in compartments in my head, but I can't remember it word for word. But it would be, I don't know, I didn't realize she said something about the roommate's child. It would be accurate to say, well, how do I know that's Stefan's member and not the other child's member? Because that would make more sense that the two children in the house were hooking up because they're at an age where their hormones are going crazy and they're exploring, learning their bodies and things. So that actually makes more sense to me until they, showed her that it was Stefan's member, and that would go to her not knowing about the sexual abuse. But then again, she could be saying it because she knows it would look normal to say that, and even though she did.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can see that. Now I was just thinking, like, well, I always, from what I heard, they were friends, like almost. Well, they had a friendly relationship, but I don't know. For me, I guess growing up, there were kids that were special needs, but I would never. It never crossed my mind as a teenager if they want to experiment with a special needs person. But maybe things are different. Each case is different. But to me, it didn't make sense. Why would she think it was her roommate special needs son's member than Stinky's?
Right.
I'm assuming the roommates were Hispanic, and I'm assuming the special needs child was Hispanic. So why would the member, well, look like a different shade of color than what Stinky looks like?
Yeah. Do you want your camera on?
Not
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking to somebody else who was on camera. I apologize about that.
No, it's all good.
It would be, yeah, it would be. But again, I mean, just looking at members, if they just showed me a member, I would question that. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Sarah, it's good to see you.
What's up?
You're muted, honey. I can't hear you.
I'm muted. Derp. Sorry. I'm trying to get used to being on camera a little more, but so that's why I have my camera on. I'm just kind of, I don't know, trying to get used to it.
All good.
Okay.
I know I look great, don't I? Like, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're absolutely fine.
Right on. Oh, hey, so real quick, has it been is there a collective decision? Did she say the sex stuff was evil? Did she word it differently? Was that just an insinuation we all picked up on, or what's the deal with
that? So she said I can't remember where it's in this interview, but I'd have to, if I can figure out if somebody tells me how to search the transcripts, we'll find it real quick. But I do believe she said the sex stuff wasn't evil, but the homicide was. Can y'all tell me how to search the transcripts?
That's what I thought too, but then some people in the chat were saying, no, she didn't. That's not what she said. She just, said the murder was evil or, whatever. And I'm just like, oh, because I thought I was having like a Mandela effect, which is very possible. I may have just, gone with the insinuation because that I would insinuate that. Or I think it was insinuated if she didn't say it, but then I kind of remember her saying it too. Like, but I have memory problems, so.
Well, because that's what the detective was like hitting on her when she brought up that comment. He was like, "So he basically like, so wait, you just said the sex stuff is evil, but the murder is not,
Yeah, see, I kind of remember that. So I guess I'm just confused on that. Not that I guess like when push comes to shove, it really matters, but kind of does. But
It
kind of,
does.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I
But
think
all in
when
all,
we
me
would
see.
pile it together with all of her other things she did, I think it kind of
right.
it's not real important in the big picture, but if you isolate some of the stuff that she did, it is telling. I don't know. I was just wondering if there was clarification on that. I mean, no biggie. I can look for it too. It's you know, when this is over,
Okay,
I
I've
can
got
hop
it.
off and look for it. I can't see my screen.
I
It's so
found it.
small. I'm trying to see it on
Hold
my
on a minute.
TV.
It's 1:16:23, so we'll take it back to it's right here. Okay. I'm glad I remembered how to search the transcript because I forgot for a long time. Hold on,
How
my
do you?
computer's being.
Oh, I
funky.
see how you do it. Okay, cool.
You have to push Control F after you bring the transcript up.
I gotta get a
No,
computer.
not after everything you guys have told me.
I don't know why it's being like this.
And have shown me. I know he's the worst person.
Man, YouTube's
Why
been
is it
glitchy
doing?
lately.
I apologize, y'all.
Mhm.
Hold on, let me close this out.
It's just technology.
On this face of the
We know
earth right
that
now.
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know,
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of
Hi,
kidnapping,
Regina.
abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not
Hold on,
fine.
hold on. I know every relationship is different. I know everybody's
So
family.
yeah, it appears she said the sex stuff is fine. I am just now seeing this eek, and I apologize. Thank you so much for gifting 10 Speculation Station memberships. If you guys were gifted a membership from Eek, please tell her thank you. And I really appreciate that, Eek. That was so sweet and very supportive of you. That was so sweet. Thank you so very much. I will play our clip. I'll come pick y'all up. Y'all got to run and jump. If you're getting off, you got to tuck and roll. Here we come to get you at Speculation Station.
All aboard the crazy train to Crazy Town, going off the rails.
Yes.
That's what I was saying.
I hope it played it. It barely played it on my end. I don't know why. Thank you for that, Eek. That was so sweet.
Eek, you're awesome. But you already
Okay.
know that, but we'll reiterate
You
it.
are.
You're awesome.
Hey, Rubber Ramada. I saw a bunch of you coming in. If you just come in, I appreciate you being here. Joseph said there are actually 2 iterations of her saying that. I'd have to find the timestamps, but essentially she is saying that she acknowledged the CSAM but didn't believe it. Why Maddie went missing. Yeah, let me see if I can find it earlier. I apologize. What were you saying about that in particular, Sarah?
About the statement?
Yes.
Or which? Oh, just about like in the big picture. If she did say it, let's say hypothetically, or she did quote it, what either or. In the big picture, it's not very much, but kind of like when you isolate like the worst of like the pile of craziness and just awkwardness and stupid stuff she said, it seems it's more valid isolated, I guess. Then, but if you look at it in the big picture, it's just like another thing to throw on the pile of stupid stuff Jen said, you know.
No, I
But
agree
then
with that.
if
Yeah.
you isolate it out, it's pretty, it's pretty, yeah.
I think it's probably the craziest statement she said that, pretty much I'm assuming this, detective's been in the business for decades and it stunned him. I think that probably out of all the experiences he's had, that has to be the most stunning admission or statement anyone's ever told him.
I wonder
Yeah.
what he, so just going off of, I don't know, let's pretend for a minute. What do you think he wanted her to say? Like, what is the correct answer to that question? How should she have answered that? Because I got some ideas in my mind, but I don't know that they're necessarily
I
good
think
or right.
right. I feel like he was just trying to see was she showing any legitimate like sadness, like your daughter was being abused for a decade at least. Several years that we know of, but now it's a decade at least. And I think he just wanted to see, is this woman showing any genuine emotion? And then when she said that statement, he was like, All right, to me, it sounds like either she knew something was going on, or you just don't seem to care that your daughter was being abused and now possibly dead from the very
Gotcha.
same man that you supposedly love.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's it. I like
Um,
the way you think.
That's
yeah,
how I
I
would.
do too. Bowser.
I'm falling over.
Um,
Okay.
Barb Murray, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate that. Barb says, I can't believe she hasn't been arrested. Wow. And it looks like she's not even going to be arrested. Darla said she just said it's not fine. And she did just say it's not fine, to be fair, across the board.
Which is even a weird way to say, like, well, that's not fine that my daughter was abused, but I would be like, that's, excuse my French, but that's fucked up. I would say that. But she's like, that's just not fine.
Yeah. See, that's another thing to throw on the pile of weird ish that Jen Soto said. It's like she says a lot of
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if she's trying to look
I'll
guilty,
play it
she does a
again. I
damn
mean,
good
that's
job
where,
of it.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's where he says it to her, but I'm gonna see on my phone where my phone will work better if it will bring it up a little bit better. But we can listen to this part right now while I try to pull that real quick. The Real Me Too said Jen didn't have sex with Stephen Stearns other than a few times. She stated the tests were for Maddie. I don't think she stated the pregnancy tests were for Maddie. But yeah, she stopped having relations with him like a year ago, she stated. I'm going to try to search that real quick. We'll listen to this part real quick while I do that.
Mm-hmm.
You offering him a lawyer is very weird.
Mm-hmm.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point when you guys interviewed me and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if
Okay, so we got it. I don't even have to search the transcript. So she didn't want to believe this sex stuff is evil. What if he did this to her? Fine. But what if she's still missing out there? And to be fair, like Dr. Vaughn said, that I think that validates my point, like about how she's speaking.
Wait, what? I
My
thought she said.
computer's being
I
slow.
thought she said I didn't want to believe the sex stuff. I didn't want to believe he did anything evil to her, referring to murdering and evil, like using evil and love. Maybe I'll have to go back and listen to it again. I probably heard it wrong.
Okay.
Oh shit! Sorry.
No, we'll listen to it again.
I'm on my phone. Sorry.
Dr. Vaughn said, I think that validates. Oh, you're good. Dr. Vaughn said, I think that validates my point. Her responses were her truth. Even if it was off, yes, Jen's mom and her relationship is telling. Yeah, I agree. So we'll listen to it again. I've got the transcripts up and I'll keep the comments off so we can hear it completely.
But I guess there's other concerns.
They redacted that.
Right? You are nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephen, we
Sarah
want
left.
the phone. Stephen, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not. That to me shows you prioritizing Steph. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you, like,
because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe.
Okay. So she said at this point she wanted to believe that she believed the sex stuff, but she didn't want to believe that he did anything evil to her. And if we're going to talk about, like, her thinking, if she's got some kind of spectrum disorder, she is telling her truth right now, and her truth in her mind is that yes, she believed that he did sexual things to her, but she didn't want to believe he did anything evil. So why is it that you don't think the sex stuff that he's doing to your daughter is evil? Is my issue. Like, why is that not evil to you? Why do you think that's not evil?
I mean,
Because the way she said, that's her truth
Mhm.
right there. She thought that
Yeah,
he didn't do anything. What she considered evil would be the homicide. I
yeah,
don't.
no, yeah. That's what if I was the detective, well, I know he let her say what she said, but then I would just question, like, okay, I would have been like, that is something I've never heard of in any other sexual abuse case. I never heard a parent say it's evil that the abuser did this to my child, but I don't believe anything else that the abuser did to my child. That's impossible. Like, that's why I would be getting on her ass if I was that detective, at least. But wow, just hearing that over again, I'm almost speechless. Like, if I heard that in
Yeah.
front of me, I would just be like, "What are the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah. Yeah. Because
And then,
why is it? Go ahead, love.
oh, and then I know that people, because I came in a little bit late, they were talking about the aspect, like if she has like Asperger's or some form of autism. I'm like, I can kind of see what they're getting at, but even then, I've known people who are adults that have that, and they would still are loving parents and would be concerned about their child's welfare, even if they have a particular form of Asperger's or autism as adults. So I'm not saying that they're saying that's an excuse, but even if she was even try to use that, I'd be like, well, there's other parents that probably have either the same condition or a certain level and can still care for their children.
Right.
Not you, Jen. You seem to don't want to care about Matt anymore. You seem to be like you got rid of her. So that's where I would come from with that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you 100%. Um, What's next? Seems like she was attempting to pretend she was still holding out hope that Maddie was still alive, but she ended up saying a bunch of stupid
Mm,
stuff. And
yeah.
if that's the case, though, like, you're speaking your truth right now. Yeah, I believe that she was trying to hold out hope that Maddie was still alive. But again, why do you think that the sex stuff isn't evil? Because she genuinely thinks the sex stuff is not evil, because she said she didn't want to believe that he did anything evil, and the evil thing would be the homicide. So why isn't the sex stuff evil? Because she's telling, like, what's exactly on her mind and her truth right there. So I
Mhm.
don't understand why you don't think the sex stuff is evil.
Because
Um,
I feel that she's just trying to find a way to explain it in a sense that seems like she had no idea that it was going on, but like the whole Woody Allen thing, it's just like she keeps saying it out loud, but in a dumb, not obvious way. I guess that's the best way I can describe it. But it's still obvious. If he was like a seasoned, even not even a seasoned detective, that like me and you and everyone else, you'll be like, if someone said that to us, we'll be like, that's the weirdest, dumbest comment I ever heard in my life.
yeah,
You know.
exactly. Okay, I'm gonna play this one more time, and then we're gonna jump over. Let me write this down real quick. 140.
Mm.
Okay, so we're gonna play this little clip it one more time, and then we'll jump over to the CSA video and see where she actually has shown the pictures for the first time. Hey, Flora W, thank you for being here. I backed it up.
You can't go back inside. Me, I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing stuff.
I apologize for the comments being over the thing. I paused it. Believe said, I don't want to debate about this. She was stupid, gross, and neglectful. I agree, but you know, my chat is for everybody to share their thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And some people don't think that Jen Soto is guilty, and I respect their opinion about that. And you know, I find it interesting to try to go down those avenues and try to say, okay, well, if she's not guilty, then is there a way we can prove that she didn't know about this, or she's not guilty of being, you know, this, that, or the third? Let's try to make it make sense. That brings me joy. Like, not joy because it's a sad case, but I get excited and interested in doing things like that. So I just ask that everybody is respectful to everybody else's opinions. Hey, Toxic, and hey, Lil Red. Go ahead, Bazard. I'm sorry.
No, I totally agree, 100%. You know, and I feel like most of the chat, for the most part, is like, yeah, it's Jen is saying really bizarre stuff that any of us would say it. We would know we'll get caught easily by either authorities or our family members. You know, those that care about us and everything. So it's, like I said, I'm still speechless. Just every time I hear that part, it's amazing in how someone can be that dumb, but also, like we both agree, can be manipulative and still think that anyone else will fall for that. You know?
Right. Yeah. Yep. Okay. My computer's slow. Hold on.
Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you. Like,
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe
So again, I'm like, you know, the sex stuff isn't evil. What if he did this stuff to her fine? And I think the detectives have some issues with it as well. I want to see what their response is real quick, and then we'll go to the where she's hit with the pictures.
I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know
right
that
now.
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. You offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different. I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual.
Okay, I don't think we have to hear the end of that. I wanted to hear what their response was. I mean, you know, they're even finding issue with it. And again, you don't want to believe he did anything evil after seeing the sexual assault images, and then, you know, the sexual assault images are fine. And again, it brings me back to that she knew about it. and
Yeah.
he had manipulated her enough to be okay with it and think that they were in love or some kind of aspect like that. But I respect everybody else's opinions on that, and thinking that it's not. And we're going to go to the CSA images next. Real quick, I wanted to highlight what Jesse said. Jesse said, hey, I'm just thinking like a jury and how it would be argued in court, which is what they base whether or not to bring charges. That's a good point. So we need to think like a jury would. Like, what are they going to think? What questions are they going to have if they see this? Hey, Jen is
Well,
Gypsy.
I was gonna say, I think me and you definitely in the past have agreed that if anything, anything that Jen can get caught on, the potato herself is, it has to be child neglect. And I guess there's various form. I gotta look at the law, but I'm assuming there's various forms of child neglect where it involves physical / sexual abuse. And then I mean, the only other thing I guess they can't technically prove unless they have the evidence is if she assisted with uh tampering with evidence or with the body as well. So that honestly, I don't know how she still can't even get remotely charged with like child abuse, neglect at least, you know?
Yeah. I'm not understanding how that's not happening either. Guilty of Crime came in. Thank you for being here. And they said that they're going to be discussing discussing. What did she say? She will be on at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 7 my time, so way after this live. To discuss the best of the interrogation and body cam. So if you guys want to check her out, please do so.
That's
And
gonna
thank
be
you for
good.
being here. Yeah, that's going to be
Mhm.
interesting. Dr. Vonna said, unfortunately, she goes on to tell them that he wanted to have anal sex and she wouldn't do it. And tragically, didn't they find tears in Maddie's butt? Please correct me if that's misinformation. So I don't know about the tears. I know that they found blood in that area because I did
Mhm.
find the DNA, um, where they like basically scraped DNA from her body, and she had blood on her hands, around her neck, in her mouth, and in her private areas.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for this to go back. I can pull up the CSA video. Um, okay. I want to give y'all a trigger warning, but I'm positive that the anal. I mean, first of all, if that's what he
Mhm.
likes, and he's molesting this child, of course he's going to do that as well. Plus, the constipation issue is a big thing for me. That tells me that
Mhm.
that had been going on, because you know that's
Mhm.
how things like that happen. Now, could it be related to medication? Absolutely. Please don't think that something is happening just because your child might be constipated. That is not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that if it's to the extent that you're having to take medication for it and then you add in all these other factors, that it could be a possibility.
Right.
And I think taking into account what we know now about this case, that's definitely what was going on, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. It's sad, but yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is very sad. Hey, October Skies. Yeah, people have said she had the panda eyes too. I don't know much about the panda eyes. I've heard things about that. Okay, this is the one we want right here. I've heard things about the panda eyes, but I don't know much about it. So I can't speak on it because I haven't studied the panda eyes, what causes it, what the possible speculations are when it comes to that. I do know it has to do with abuse, but that's about all I know about that.
That's
All right,
what
I'm
I've
going to
heard
pause this.
too.
We will go to 140. Dr. Vaughn said, so sad. Oh,
Mhm.
Matilda, I didn't mean to make you cry. I hope you don't cry, honey. I'm sorry. Okay, so we need to go to 140. That's what the lovely Joseph said. It was around 140. We'll take it back to 137.50 and we will make sure closed captions are on and we will listen and see what we find. But he was gone for about
I wouldn't say an hour.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Sarah said, it's hard for many of us to fathom because most of us are rational thinking what is clearly right and wrong. There are lots of twisted people who see right and wrong differently. There are,
True.
and I agree with that statement.
True.
Mm-hmm. RL says, as a teacher, I don't see how this girl showed up drugged and emotionally messed up and no teachers noticed a thing. Well, to be fair with the teachers, they did say she had a lot of sleepy days. She was very quiet and withdrawn. Some of them had some regrets after they learned about what was going on and questioning whether they'd seen anything. But let's think about a class of 25 students, especially in this day and age. How many of them are going to be just sleepy, quiet, withdrawn? Right? Like, what if you're wrong? What if you as a teacher call CPS or something in a situation and it really was that they were just tired? Like, you would feel like crap. So it's a hard place to be in as a teacher because you don't want to be wrong, but you don't want to find out something and not have acted as well.
It's a
I got,
double-edged sword.
yeah, it's a hard place to be. Lemon Lime said, I think she basically accepted her teenage daughter was having sex with Stefan and didn't acknowledge that it was abuse. I think this is the interview where she learns just how long this went back. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I think that he manipulated her into thinking that it wasn't abuse and that she had accepted it by this time. I don't know what comment you're referring to. Jen is not a great mom. I'm just not convinced she knew he was a predator. Right. Yeah, please don't attack people that have other opinions if anybody is, because that's what my channel is all about, is for us to discuss different opinions. Okay. We shall listen. Maybe.
I feel like I'm. Can I see that image of? Because I feel like.
Yeah, it's right here.
Unless I'm not going to believe it until I have confirmation, and I'm always going to have doubts unless I actually see it myself. And I don't want to leave here today and never have the opportunity again. Like I want to.
No, I don't mind showing you, but they are difficult things to see. Understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the one image.
I'm not sure which picture they showed you earlier. I don't think we might have the same pictures. We do have different pictures, but not, I don't know if I have the same one that the other detective showed you. Does that make sense? Do you still want to look?
Am I gonna clearly see her face?
Yes.
And prior to this, have you known her?
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and play this. I got some comments to read.
Were you sexually active with any boyfriends or friends?
That one right there is a no.
You saw it through the picture?
I could, but you can turn around if you want.
Do you recognize anybody else that may be in that photo?
We're going to jump right back into that. Guilty of crime said, can I just say the blood in private areas are most likely her period? The family says she wasn't pregnant since her period was due at the end of the month. I do want to go into that. I did say in that video when we talked about it, considering that there was blood in all areas down there, and I don't want to get too graphic, but you think about as a lady, if you use a pad, you know, the blood's going to be everywhere. I also believe it was from her period. I do believe the best friend stated that she did end up starting her cycle about 2 weeks later. I do believe that's where the blood in that area came from. It could be from other things, but if I had to guess, I would say considering that it was in both areas and there was no DNA found there, that it's I mean, what makes the most logical sense to me is that it was from her cycle because it was her blood and there was no DNA found in those areas. I think the DNA found was on her. I know it was on her chest, and I think everything else was her DNA from that. So I did want to make sure I put that out there. Dr. Vonna said, as a research psychologist, I can tell you this happens more than we talk about. Moms are groomed just like kids. He knew she was vulnerable and took advantage of that. I absolutely believe that he did that. But to what extent? To the extent that you would say that the sex stuff isn't evil.
Right.
And that's my question. I don't know if this is the part where she talks about, or where she asks if it's his member or the roommate's son. I'm going to back it up because I did pause it. I was trying not to do that. So I'll back it up to 138:47 so we can hear all of this and break it down. I apologize.
I'm not sure which picture they showed you earlier. I don't think we might have the same pictures. We do have different pictures, but I don't know if I have the same one that the other detective showed you. Does that make sense? Do you still want to look?
Am I gonna clearly see her face?
Yes.
And prior to this, have you known her to be sexually active with any boyfriends or friends?
Hey, David girl.
That one right there is a no.
You saw through the picture?
I could, but you can turn around if you want.
Hey, Mouse Mommy.
You recognize anybody else that may be in that photo? I know basically it's only genitalia, but is there anything else in that photo that stands out to you?
No.
Anything in the background?
Is this a picture of a picture? Is this a picture of a phone? Like, is this background
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me see. I think I recognize the background now. There's not much space. Okay.
If you don't mind asking, who keeps calling?
Everyone. The
Okay.
news,
The family and everything?
my family, they're all trying to figure out if I was.
Okay.
Because last they heard I was going to
Oh.
the news conference.
Joseph said I was referring to the two. Okay. Which one is that? I don't know which one you're talking about. That's the only one I know where she talks about the CSA material. Joseph, thank you for the $2, by the way. I don't know which one it would be. That one, she just says it's just genitalia, and that's where she's hit with the picture. I think that's the only one other than the one we were discussing that she talks about the picture.
I was just going to quickly say,
sorry, love, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, and I noticed in the chat, but I was just being quiet because, bring back memories of my sister and everything. And it's just, I would be so infuriated to see something like that. And I think that's why I keep bringing up. I don't know how anyone not even if a parent, but someone that cares about children's well-being could just be like sitting there and want to see it and then just be show no emotion whatsoever. It's infuriating to me. And I can see some people in the chat, they were like, saying the same thing. So that's why I was being quiet in that part. I was just like, that just got me really angry and upset to not to show any kind of emotion.
Yeah, she doesn't show any kind of emotion. Let's see. I don't know what keywords to search for in the transcripts. let me see what y'all are saying. I'm going to take this back and see when they first talked to her about it. And we know it's at 140 that she references the genitalia. So we'll listen to this real quick. I'm going to see what y'all are saying.
Okay. How long has he been in town recently?
He got into.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start it and then pause it. Let me see what y'all are saying real quick. Guilty of crime said they were looking for a new motive. That's why if they knew she was pregnant, we would know by now in the charges. Look at the Naziah Harris case. Well, I think Naziah Harris has been to court. I haven't seen it put out there that she wasn't pregnant. I don't know. Oh, Sarah. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. I apologize about that, Sarah. I don't know that it's not gonna be released because in order for her autopsy to be released more than what we have, the parents or somebody from the family would have to release it. Now, it could be released in trial and we could know more by then. But what I would say is the fact that there is blood in her private areas on the DNA report, and there's no DNA from anybody else. Like, in order for there to be blood from tearing or ripping or some kind of abuse like that, there would be skin cells or something from somebody else. So I can almost definitively say it's from her cycle. Unless there was something else going on, and I don't even want to go down that avenue, but I'll just say it has to do with the Siebel flooring and putting somebody to sleep and performing some kind of botched surgery, and I'll leave that at that, and I don't want to think about that at all. Also, her friend stated, I see you, Sarah. I got you up here.
Okay, good. Okay, right on.
I apologize about not seeing you a minute ago. Her friend stated that she did start 2 weeks later. So I do think that it was from a cycle, not from the other. Dr. Vonna said me either. I think she may have thought she was pregnant. I'm with you on that. I agree. RL says, what if he abused my daughter? Well, that's fine, but like, what the fuck? Detectives have to know. Yeah. I don't think she's having the correct reaction as a parent. But again, I mean, it could be mental health issues. I just can't excuse it to that extent. That's what I'm having a problem with. Hi, Rio. Thank you for being here. She doesn't even say her name. That's why they ask her how he could have gotten Maddie out. She repeats in another part, the coldness in her voice when speaking about her daughter screams volumes to me. Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to read 2 more comments and I'll let y'all talk. I apologize. Anna said Jen didn't call 911 because she was messed up on drugs. She didn't call because she knew what happened to Maddie. I think she knew.
Yeah.
That's just my speculation.
Can I bump in here real quick? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it, like a week ago somebody said we need a hand holding up policy. So that I was holding up my hand. So not that I believe this, because I agree that, you know, she showed no emotion. I agree with that, and that's suspicious to me. But the rebuttal to that would be she was in shock. What how would you don't know how you would react if you saw that picture, you know? So that's what the rebuttal would be. Not that I agree with it. I know that's what it would be like in court.
Yeah, her defense, if she was like on trial, her defense would be like, oh, she was in shock. Any parent would be in shock to see such images. Like,
Right.
Not Jen, not
But
Potato.
you're in shock enough that you get him an attorney?
Did she get him an attorney, or did she tell his parents to get him an attorney? Well, I mean, either way, it's pretty crappy of her.
Tried
But
to. I should say she was trying to.
Yeah. I think like she was suggesting to Chris to get a lawyer for Potato. I mean Stinky.
Yeah.
And you know what my first thought was when that part came about and they were asking about it and whatnot? My first thought was she watches too many like Law and Order SVUs or whatever. Because like, you know, they're always like lawyer up or they lawyered up or whatever. My thought was like, she just watches too many crime shows and she's like, boom, right away, just, you know, like the crime show would lawyer up. But yeah, no, if somebody did it to my kid, and I wouldn't be giving their family a heads up to get them a lawyer. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
But that was my first thought, though, that she just reacted just like the freaking TV shows do.
Yeah. I'm pulling up my email now, Joseph. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Carolina says, so could have Maddie being on her cycle be a motive for that demon killing Maddie? That's what is being said, that she was on her cycle when her body was found. I'm thinking she was on her cycle because of where the blood was. I don't know. I didn't, I wasn't there. I don't know. That's just my speculation. But what is your thought process on that? Like, why would he necessarily do that for her being on her cycle? Like, what motive would that be for him to commit the homicide? Why would he be upset about that? Thank you guys for sending
I got it.
super chats. I'm trying to get to all the comments. I appreciate the super chats. Barb said she asked her ex-husband to get him a lawyer. Yes, she asked him first, and then she asked Chris Stearns. And thank you for the support. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt y'all.
I'm sorry, real quick. I have an answer to that, to the cycle thing, only because I feel like we're playing a weird game of like, what if or whatever. So like put my brain into his criminal mentality. There was a pregnancy scare, thought she was pregnant, she wasn't, and didn't want to take the risk of getting her pregnant in the future. And that's why he unalived her. I don't know. That's just where my brain attempts to go on a criminal. Obviously, I'm not, the predator at all, but especially when Stern is. But that's where my brain would go with it. It tried.
I kind of do go along with that too. To a degree.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Sorry.
Yeah, right over there.
No, I was trying to see what audio this was.
Oh, I was like, are you having a Sarah moment? Everything's just chaotic.
Yes, everything is chaotic right this second. I apologize. Go ahead, Basil. Bazard, sorry, with what you were saying.
No, I'm going to be Basil now. Yeah. No, I was agreeing with what Sarah was saying. I to a degree, I can see that. My mindset was like, well, what if he thought that she actually was pregnant, and in his dumbass thinking, he thought, well, I'll just delete her and I'll solve the problem. I mean,
yeah, I agree with that too.
It's like that's kind of my main thing why I think he deleted her anyway, was because there was a pregnancy scare, and I don't know, maybe him and Potato are so stupid that even if she was pregnant and they didn't want to have anything to where she gets an abortion at an early age, because then things would be suspicious. But like I said, these are idiots, so I don't know how their mindset would be thinking.
Yeah,
no, I'm with you on that. Like, that's my second theory there. I've got a first theory, but sorry, but I'm with you on that same page.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it doesn't justify like committing a homicide, right? Like, why not take other measures to keep her from becoming with child? Carolina, the answer to the question says, because I was thinking Stephen Stearns wanted to physically abuse her again that night, but she resisted because she was on her cycle, or she fought back. I think she definitely fought back. I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think her being on her cycle would have bothered him from, him being a pedophile. Dr. Vanna said he was a pedophile. In my opinion, pedophile's sexual preference is children. If Maddie had her menstrual cycle, she aged out. Yeah, that's possible.
Unless he's like what is my neighbor calls our other neighbor this I can't think of the word for it, but it's like a predator that will change their MO based on what there is in their surroundings, what they have available. Opportunistic. Sorry.
Right. Well, then yes, Stearns is definitely because I know there's different classifications of philias, but I believe the pedophile phase, and then you have the hebephiles that like older teenagers.
Pedophile is under 12 or under 11. I was looking this up for a whole different reason the other day, but yeah, it's under 11. It's prepubescent, and then the hebephiles are pubescent and onward.
It could explain why. And I do, like with what Alleged was saying, I do believe she fought, or something happened where he decided to delete her. But I think maybe because she was getting older and that opportunity for him was going away, and he was probably not being so-called attracted to her anymore.
Yeah, possible.
I mean, in my theory, I think he unalived her during climax on maybe not purposely, but at this point, regardless if it was intentional or not,
Right.
the crime he was committing caused it. So that's my thought. Maybe he
Mhm.
was, I don't know. That's the thing. They asked, you remember how they asked Jen about their sex life or whatever, and she was kind of like saying like pretty vanilla, or she didn't go into any detail, but I wish they would have asked her more about if he was into choking.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a possible speculation as well.
Or maybe that happened and like she wasn't completely unalived and he finished it off, or maybe that earlier ASC said something that clicked in my brain. You're like, but how do you justify? Keep in mind though, and I have to remind myself this, we can't justify anything that man did in our brains because our brains are not sick like his are. He could justify it for reasons that we'll never grasp. I have to remind myself of that sometimes.
No, it's understandable.
Yeah.
Because we want to justify, we want it to make sense. I don't think it's ever going to make sense.
No.
No, it's probably not.
Any kind of murder or abuse, like it, even towards children or any of us, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. And I've heard some of the most outrageous excuses of justification for it. And it's just like, I don't get it because my mind is not yours and my mind is not sick like that, or my mind is not an emotionalist like that. But I don't know. But yeah, anyway.
Carolina said, Bazard, remember that Steppensters drove all the way to his parents' home to log into his Google account to get rid of all of the images of him and Madeline Soto?
Yeah. No, I already know that. No, I don't know what they were getting at with that. I was just saying the last time, I think it was just maybe because she was getting older and he specifically is a pedophile, that maybe he was just getting tired or not attracted to her anymore. And I do believe that she fought in some way that night too.
Yeah.
And all that combination just probably erupted because we all been hearing he has a violent temper, a little man-child violent temper, but a temper, and maybe that was like a combination of all that.
Yeah.
And now we're here.
Yeah, unfortunately. Jesse said, I got it. If Jen called the sex stuff evil and it even remotely appeared that Maddie willingly participated, it could be perceived that she was calling her daughter's actions evil. Just a thought.
Yeah, with potato logic, that would make sense for potatoes.
I don't think it was that deep for her. I think she legitimately didn't think that it was evil. And I think that's why she said it. We do have the first time she's hit with the images. Joseph, what you sent me from that person is this audio. I don't know if he like played different sections of it, but this is the original audio from that. But I did go to like 6 minutes in, and that's the first time she's shown the photo. So we are going to go over that. Lil Red said, remember, they have the exact same story to cops the first time they were questioned separately. Yeah. I mean, that's another good point. Plunder did a deep dive on the text to Chris Stern's timeline. I'll have to check that out. There's text messages that some people have that I haven't come across yet. I've probably got them, but I haven't seen them. Angela said if she was aware of them having a relationship, she could have felt like a mother figure to Steppensters, well, in her own disgusting way. Yeah, that's my thought process on it. I think that she felt like she was the mother to two children that were in love or whatever, and it just, crime, guilty of crime, said that it wasn't Chris Stearns who she contacted for a lawyer. And I swear I heard a detective say she contacted Chris Stearns. I know she contacted her ex, Steven, first, but then I thought she contacted Chris, but I could be wrong.
I agree. So, I thought Chris is the father, right?
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I thought that she contacted them first and said, you better get him a lawyer. And then
she did,
called the ex-husband and was like, can you afford a lawyer I thought it was for me and Stefan, but maybe just for him. But yeah, I remember I got memory issues, but I definitely remember her saying, or either her saying or the detective saying, why'd you call his dad and ask for, tell him to get a lawyer?
Yeah, I think it. I swear she asked his dad too. I know it was the ex-husband first, but then I think it was the dad. So I'm not sure. I will look into that though. But I did want to put that out there because I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, Poop says it was 100% Chris Stearns. He said he thought it was effing weird. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're gonna listen to this. This is the first part where he hits her with the images. Okay.
Sunday evening.
This past Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was staying with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then
This is redacted. So hold on just a minute.
They're very similar. They're both very childish. Like he loves board games, video games, arts and crafts, all that
Right.
stuff.
Okay.
I'm kind of a watcher.
What do you mean?
Like I won't play the games. I'll watch them play the games.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
be
I
a
see what
part
you're
of
saying.
it that
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
But he's more involved with that.
See, even they said like the statement, I'm kind of a watcher. They ask her immediately because it's a weird statement. But I mean, then going back to the Asperger's aspect of this, could that just be like she's socially awkward and she says things like that are socially awkward? Carolina said, I remember that also. Jen Soto texted Christopher Stearns to lawyer Stephen Stearns up now. Yeah, that I swear to God it was I swear to goodness it was her dad. I am changing this live. I'm changing the thumbnail while we listen to this, and I'm gonna change the title. We will talk about immunity tomorrow, but we're almost 3 hours in and we're talking about the Asperger's aspect of this. So that's what this live is going to be about today. We will talk about immunity tomorrow or the next day. I don't know which day I'm going to do the interview with Chris Stearns' friend. Me too, Lemon Lime. Me too.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
Okay. Do they ever go off on their own? Like you kind of do your thing and the two of them do stuff together?
Hardly ever.
Hardly ever.
It's for the most part, it's the three of us doing something.
Gotcha. And then when he stays, does he sleep on the couch, separate bedroom? What's like the sleeping arrangements like?
It depends. For the most part, he would sleep upstairs in the guest room, sleep in my bedroom downstairs.
Okay.
Sometimes he would come sleep in the bed, all three of us together.
Okay.
And rarely ever would I send them upstairs to go sleep alone, away from me because I need a good night's sleep.
Okay, so wait a minute. For 7 years, you two are together, and you say that you all three sleep in the same bed, and you had a rule for years about them not sleeping in the same bed because that was a rule of yours, and they didn't start sleeping in the same bed until June when y'all broke up, even though Maddie didn't know about it. Oh, until June after you had broken up and Maddie finally figured out that you were broken up. That's when you started allowing the sleepovers. But here she just said that hardly ever did they all three sleep in the same bed together. So now I'm confused. How is it that you're together for 7 years and Madeline can't sleep alone and you're all three sleeping in the same bed together, but you hardly ever sleep in the same bed together? Make that make sense. Guilty of Crime said maybe she did ask Chris Stearns for a lawyer. Chris Stearns didn't get him one. I think you're right. He did say that, but nothing ever came of it. Right. I don't think he ever got him one. I do, if I remember correctly, he has a public defender. So, Poop said, I definitely think neither Jen Soto nor Stephen Stearns had the moral fortitude to stay silent. Once the threat of death in prison became realer, they would roll on each other quicker than a crocodile with a cocker spaniel. Yeah, I think that he's trying to because they're trying to get him to. The dad was asking, have you talked to the public defender? And he was like, not yet. They won't talk to me. And I don't know if they're going to talk to him because they have enough evidence without talking to him.
Sleep because if we sleep all the three of us together,
Oh, I can only imagine.
it's a king bed, but it's like she just.
Well, she's not a small baby anymore.
No, she's not. So it's just three humans on a bed is really uncomfortable, really tight.
About how often was they would go? You would send them off on their own.
I would say honestly, somewhere between, I'm going to say less than 5 times has this ever happened, right?
That's
It
fine.
hasn't been that.
And this
many
is over the
times.
course of him visiting back and forth, correct?
You mean the sleeping arrangements
Yeah.
that I'm alone?
Yeah.
No, that was including him living with us.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
hardly ever would I send them upstairs because I had that rule that she couldn't sleep alone with him.
Okay, so yeah, for the link you sent, I can't play that audio from that person. I know about 6 minutes in is where they talk about the CSA images. It is this audio, but the only thing I can think is maybe he took the redactions out. I can't play his stuff because I know he will strike me. I've heard that he likes to strike people, so I can't play his stuff. So it should be coming up. It might be a little after then if he took all the redactions out, or a little bit before mine, because I'm assuming he took the redactions out because it is this audio. This is crazy too. Guilty of Crime said, "Thank you. This chat is live with many, many great questions and answers. This is a great channel." Aw. Thank you. I'm sorry I said guilty. I thought that was Guilty of Crime. Carolina, thank you so much for that. That was so sweet. How sweet of you. Thank you. I'm so glad you found us. You know, Tony, real quick. Tony, yeah, there's a Tori. Tony said when people say honestly, they're usually not being honest. And I want to reiterate that absolutely. And Shell said, I think she was getting too depressive or something similar. Either way, he used the words protect his daughter, and he probably felt something more off about Jen Soto than he mentioned. I agree. Talking about her ex-husband.
That's just me. I'm just
Right.
very,
And then you said
It's redacted, so
you're pretty familiar with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Whose hand does that look like to you?
right here.
I would say that's Stefan's.
Is that Stefan's hand?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. So you and Stefan, have you guys been sexually intimate before in the past?
Yeah.
So you're aware of what like his penis looks like and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look like Stefan's penis to you?
No.
No. Okay. What about that?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where she breathes out heavy. It's like she realizes that it is, and she says possibly, yeah. Like she really did realize that it was his member. Sweet Melissa, thank you for being here. Jen has lied several times before this. They could have slept together more than she says. I think so, absolutely. Joseph said it's coming up. Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry, can I
Okay.
pop in real quick?
You're thinking that's
Oh,
his
yes,
penis?
ma'am. Hold on.
Sorry,
let me
sorry
pause
about
this real
that.
quick.
Somebody said an interview with her ex-husband would be awesome. If anyone can get me his contact information or enough info that I can find him and contact him, I am so down to do that and attempt to get an interview or set somebody up with an interview or whatnot.
You might can find his information out there. I don't agree. I mean, I personally wouldn't go out and try to contact the members of these cases because, they're already going through enough, in my opinion, but I'm sure you could find it out there if that's something you want to do.
Right. Well, I mean,
that
it'd be from it's not like I'd be contacting him for just a app with him or whatever, and honestly, he seems like an intelligent individual. He probably wouldn't talk, but,
yeah.
It would be, done with it. I'd be mindful of the situation.
Right. All right.
And have you guys been sexually intimate before in the past?
Yes.
So you're aware of what like his penis looks like and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look like Stefan's penis to you?
No.
No.
I apologize. I took it back a little bit so we could get the whole context of the conversation.
What about that?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. You're thinking that's his penis?
Might be.
Okay.
If anything, it's not even the penis I'm recognizing, it's the things around it.
So it's the things around it that make you believe it's his penis?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have these images, and unfortunately, over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, he's been doing oral sex, vaginal sex, and things like that.
What makes you guys?
We have photos.
Okay.
We have his phone. We were able to get into his phone. And there are some very, very unfortunate graphic pictures of him conducting very sexual acts with. I wish I could tell you this was all a made up story, but it's not. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay? Okay. Can I get you anything?
Maybe some water.
Some water? If you want to. Yeah.
So that's what we have right so far. Joseph, again, her reaction, I mean, you know, right now she could be in shock, I think. I'm going to see if she asks any more questions. We're going to continue to listen and see if she asks more questions about the context, of the pictures. And she does later in the interview, and we'll talk about that. Shell said, more has come out. Strategic Eyes channel is the place I heard about blood being on poor Maddie. But I was working when listening, and I don't remember where this came from. On my page, there is the DNA report where I go over the documents and talk about the blood found on her. And I read it to you guys. Like, you can see the document, so you know it's real and all that. Carolina
Hey,
said,
I got to get off here and go to work. I'm working tonight, so thank you for having me, and everyone have a great day.
Yeah, thank you for coming up, Sarah, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions and things. I appreciate that.
Thank you for having me, and I'm gonna be listening while I get ready for work. So everyone have a great night, and see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, you too, love, and I hope you have a good day at work. She does seem more hurt for herself than Maddie. Oh yeah, I thought I heard it too. And then lastly, Little Red said, I think the family put out a statement saying she was not pregnant, but who knows if they're being honest. Yeah, I haven't found that personally. It could be out there. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it myself.
How are you feeling right now? Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on.
Yes. So you know how we have his phone?
So she just said, is it photos of her? I'm going to keep the comments off so you guys can read what it says. Nino. Okay, Mercedes said, stupid heifer, there she goes again with her BS, I can't breathe, dumbass. Right? Poop said the statement was not put out by her family. It was something said by someone who was faking a connection with the family and was actually a pedophile themselves. The Reddit drama, if y'all recall. Yeah, I do recall that. I don't talk about that much. I don't get involved in the Reddit drama. But yeah, that's supposedly where it came from. That's why I can't verify it, you know. Sorry, I'll take it back just a smidge so you guys can hear what she said. Okay, here we go.
How are you feeling right now? Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you know how we have his phone? Obviously, that's how we were able to find the photos in there.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him well enough.
You said you thought you knew him well enough?
So our goal, we want to find her. Can you think of anything of where Stefan would take her? Did they have any special hangout spots? Did they have any places that they would do together while you were at work or you had other things going on in your life?
The only place they would go is hang out at home. There's no place I can think of that they've gone outside. I mean, they've gone
Okay.
shopping to like Target before.
Okay.
I'm going to let it play a little bit longer to see if she references the photos again before we skip down towards the end where she talks about it again. I think she does because she asked them to show her another picture. Hey, Rochelle, I'm glad you were gifted a membership. Veronica said, I know other moms here that truly get affected on how their child's behavior or lack of it properly will make them look gross. Yeah. Bazard, what are your thoughts so far? Oh, he might not be here. All right, we're going to continue listening.
Anywhere else that you can think of?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Believe I can't turn it up, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I
Go
was
ahead.
just gonna say, yeah. I got distracted a little bit, or something, but I was gonna say, just hearing her being quiet. I mean, yeah, people can say maybe she was in shock, but I remember watching another video. Maybe it was from Nietzsche, or I think it was from Nietzsche, and it was a particular video about the moments when she whispers, and it's always like in moments that I feel, from what I remember, she said it was just she was just caught off guard and she had to whisper in her own weird way. But I just, to me, it seems like she is pretending to be shocked and acting like, oh, I can never believe this, and that little weird whisper that she does. So that's how I take it. I just don't believe anything coming from her when he showed her the pictures.
Yeah, I don't either. It's possible, Barb.
What are you thinking about right now?
How this can be true? How I missed the signs?
What signs are you saying you missed?
No, like I'm just saying, if there were any signs, I didn't see any.
Right. Like these aren't. And I'm not telling you, like, these aren't just Google images that we found. Like, these are actual images. And I don't want you to, I don't. But this investigation has taken us down this road. So wherever you think right now, we want to know so we can go get her safely.
Of course, I just have no idea.
Did Stefan ever take her back down to Newport Richie?
Newport, Florida.
Newport, Florida. I'm sorry.
Alone, no.
Alone? You guys would go together?
Yeah, or I would drive down, just hang out.
Okay. So when Stefan would not stay at the house with you guys,
My computer was being slow. So she talks real low about it, but now that they're talking about him driving around, she's back at her normal voice. I mean, I just can't, I'm not
Exactly.
seeing that as a possible symptom of some kind of disorder. I'm seeing it as a possible symptom of she knew about it already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bebop says that even a child would know this is not normal. We'll continue listening. Because I know she asked about it a couple of times.
where else would he stay?
In his apartment in his house in Northport, Florida. That's it.
But when he would visit here, he would always stay in your house. He would never go get a hotel or stay at a friend's house or anything like that.
No, yeah.
Why did he go to Newport, Florida this morning?
This morning?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. I heard a rumor that he possibly went down there.
No.
I don't know. That is maybe lost in translation.
No, he didn't. We were in the hotel. If anything, he stepped out to go get some Wawa.
Okay.
And then came back.
But how long was he gone
Sorry.
for? Does he have a new phone since we have his, or?
I think his dad may have handed him a new phone.
Okay. Do you know the phone number to that new phone?
No.
Okay. What's his dad do?
Works in real estate. I think he's a broker.
Oh my gosh.
So look, we just need any information. Any.
No, I know, but there's nothing I can give you. There's nothing I can.
Did you communicate with Stefan on the new phone with your phone? No.
How did you not communicate with him at all
Mm-hmm.
after they took his phone and his dad gave him the new phone? How did you two not talk to each other at all whatsoever?
Because remember that one.
I believe you. I want to believe you, but I won't.
Sorry, love. Go ahead.
I would say that remember that one interview where I forgot what date it was, but the officer was asking her, so what were you doing in that car with him for, what was it, 2 or 4 hours or whatever, when they were out looking for Maddie? I'm trying to remember that how it went. But yeah, they were like, what were you talking about? What were you two doing anything in that car? Nothing.
Yeah. Like, there's no way that you were sitting there for 4 hours not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
She has no concern for what she went through. She didn't ugly cry. I hate Jen Soto's voice too.
Yeah.
I'm with y'all on all that.
Oh yeah.
Bye, Little Red. I hope you have a good day. So right here, I think she's about to talk about it again. Dr. Vaughn said, again, this also points to her just being completely naive to Stefan. He came back with a Wawa drink, and here it sounds like she genuinely believed that he couldn't have gone anywhere but Wawa. I could say that. I could say that she genuinely believes that he didn't go anywhere but Wawa in this situation. And I could even go as far to say maybe she didn't know about the homicide, but I can't believe that she didn't know about the
Child abuse. Yeah.
And again, if I say she didn't know about the homicide, I don't understand why she puts Madeline in her trunk when we know that the dog hit on her trunk. He had a new phone. They were together. I think they were not together. Like, she didn't call him when he went to Wawa, and she was like, you need to hurry up and get back here because the police are on the way, and she was at the hotel. Like, she didn't call him at any time. I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible it was a new phone. They were together. I could see that, but I just find it awkward. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I would, at least if I was with someone in a car for extended long period of time, I would talk to them and have a discussion, not just sit there and, even if the police would ask me questions, like, no, we talked about all kind of stuff about the case. Well, where's Maddie? You know, there was nothing. It was just, we just sat in the car and
Yeah, rehearsing their script.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not feasible to think that they sat in a car for 4 hours and didn't talk about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anders, my love, said, at this point, Stephen Stearns runs around naked in his interrogation room shouting, "Scrotum time!"
Probably
And
Anders. Yeah, yeah.
Anders makes me laugh. Okay. So, this part, she's going to talk about the photos again. Let's listen.
No.
I just want to. I believe you. I want to believe you, but I won't believe you until I see actual.
Are you sure you want to see that?
Hmm.
I'll go get it. Are you sure you want to see that?
Mm-hmm.
Take my word of advice. I wouldn't, blow smoke up your butt and tell you, that's a fake picture. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't. I'm gonna be dead honest with you. I'll be more than happy to show you those images, but I don't know if I would want to see those. But if you want to see them, that's your own prerogative.
Can you tell me what's being done in the photos?
She has a penis in her mouth. And that picture that you said that the stuff identified that Stefan's penis around her, I zoomed in on that photo because in that picture, it's in her mouth. You need any more water? Are you okay?
I literally thought I was coming here for the press conference, but this is not what we're here for.
So I could hear tapping. It does sound like she's nervous, anxious tapping. I haven't heard anything about the roommate's son yet, but we're continuing to listen. Diamond Girl says she already saw one she wants to see again, supposedly to verify it's him.
Right.
I can't believe
yeah.
she won't let. Yeah, Queen Olive. But again, it goes back to like what Dr. Vaughn was saying. Like she doesn't believe in. Like sometimes people do have trouble believing the cops. I'm trying to see if she thinks it's the roommate's son. So that's what we're listening for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know. And it's unfortunate that, these are the details that we found, but I think it's very important now that we kind of sit back, evaluate everything, and kind of think every step of the way where Stefan has been in the past, where he can be right now, because at the end of the day, we want to go get her.
Yeah, of course. It's just if I knew anything, I would tell you. I just have no fucking idea where she could be.
So I know that.
Could be.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Or any idea where she could be. I said they, but
yeah,
he's here. Dude.
Shell, I agree with you. I agree with you, love. Diamond Girl said she thought they was coming for the press conference. This is not what we're here for. She sounds very nervous now. She does. She does.
Right.
Dr. Vaughn said, I think it's coming up. Yeah. Okay.
Was there any the video footage that was caught at the church? What exactly was seen? I've heard from other people, but I just.
Do you know much?
It looked like someone age that walked by, but it's inconclusive. Right. It was too grainy. The video was not. You couldn't determine who it was in the video, pretty much. So we don't know that she walked by that church. So the last person, Stefan.
So we want to know because he's the last person to see her. He claims to have dropped her off at this church before school. Unfortunately, close to the church. Unfortunately, we know she doesn't go to school that day. You try and go pick her up.
She corrects it, but away just now, like Stefan said, close to the church. Again, it seems like she's covering for him. She's more
Yes.
concerned about him.
That when I remember hearing that and I was like, okay, you're correcting the cops over something that could be considered trivial, but it was like I bet when they heard that they're like, okay, that's weird. So
Yeah,
it's
like
almost
right.
like oh, I was just gonna say it's
Go
almost
ahead.
like she it's like she screws herself and Stinky, but then also at the same time tries to show that she doesn't know what's going on. It's all the first time she's hearing about this, but yet she still does things. Why I still believe that she's a manipulator or something to that effect. Like it's so weird how she
Mhm.
does that.
It is. Kylie, thank you for being here. Kylie said because speculation that was Jen in Maddie's clothes. Yeah, I've wondered that. I wondered if it was Jen in Maddie's
Hmm.
clothes.
They're around the same height. Yeah.
Mhm. I wondered that from the beginning, from when this case first hit and they said they saw somebody and we found out Madeline was deceased. I said, I bet it was Jen in Maddie's clothes. Now, I don't know. I could be completely wrong. That's just a speculation, but I've thought that
Mhm.
for a long time. Dr. Vonna said, try to keep in mind that her mom doesn't like Stefan, and therefore admitting that he could have done such a thing makes her mom right and shows that Jen's decision making was not the best. That is a great thing to point out. That is a good thing to remember. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
But to me, it's always like she always had that. Like she always made weird. Well, a good example, the living situation. Okay,
Mhm.
Jen or Potato, you're trying to prove to your mom you're a good mother, but yet you have your daughter living. I've never heard of a child living in a weird spot in the house where it's just those divider, like whatever I can't recall divider things, and that's her. That's
Mhm.
her little room. Like but yet, how are you going to prove to other people that you're a good mother when your own daughter doesn't even have her own room, her own privacy?
Yeah.
But I get what they
Yeah.
were saying. I get what she was saying with why she
Yeah.
didn't want to with her mom, but still.
Yeah, I can see that aspect of it. Shell, I don't know if Jen Soto was ever shown the pictures of the roommate from under the door. The roommate was shown and she absolutely breaks down. Um, and she did make the comment about Madeline getting on the plane, and she says specifically that somebody would record her in the bathroom of the airplane. But that could be because Stefan could have said, hey, what if somebody records her under the door or in the bathroom? Because in reality, that's what he was doing, and Jen didn't know. And he's suggesting these things to her, like you need to be careful because somebody could do that to her, and that could be how that thought got in her head. I don't think that she knew about that. I think that he said something to her in reference to that, and that's where that came from.
Mm.
Hey, Susie. Susie said, what would you think of him even perving on her friends or the roommates? I would be upset about it. I don't think she knew, but she could have. Jen stopped having relations with Stefan because he was having relations with Maddie. I think that's very possible. Marie O'Sullivan, and thank you for being here.
I've always have found that interesting that out of all the video and photo material, of course, there's like majority of Maddie, but then he had other material of that one particular roommate, and I always have been wondering. He definitely was a pedophile, but was he still the type of pedophile that occasionally was attracted to adult women every once in a while, or certain type of adult women, and then go back to being a pedophile? Because I have heard that before, where some will majority this wise would go for their victims, but then every once in a while, occasionally interact with an adult.
I think he had issues when it came to reacting with adults. I think that's why he was having the other girl lay down deceased. If that's, I apologize, my child came in. If that's what you're referencing, I think
Mhm.
he always had an issue with being with adults. I think that's why he had to take the ED medication, and
Okay.
I think that's why he made the ex girlfriend lay down and pretend to be deceased because he wasn't attracted to grown people.
Okay, because I just thought it was just weird that he had. Of course, he had the majority of the video, like I said, photos of Maddie, but then he had like, what was it like? Was it like 1,000 something photo or a 900 something photos of the roommate under the bathroom or in her bedroom? So I thought that was interesting that he would split time for stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know how many photos it was. I don't know. I've never heard how many photos he had, but that is awkward. That is awkward because why? Yeah, I would think he would be only attracted to girls and wouldn't waste time doing that. So I'm glad you pointed that out because it is awkward. Dr. Vaughn said yes, that's part of his fantasy. So basically, recording them without them knowing. But again, it is awkward because it seems like he would be attracted to only girls, only
Right.
young people or children. Um, Jen said two different things. She said she stopped having sex with him because she found out he was having sex with his coworker. He did. Darla, what's your question, honey? I saw you said, what? Yeah, I don't know about the 1,000 pictures, but I do know that there was some. Okay. So we will continue. Hey, against all logic.
What did after Stefan dropped her off? Did he come back home? About how long was he gone for during drop off?
I want to say from 8:30 to
Oh.
10:15 because
Okay, they're talking about dropping them off. Dr. Bond said he was a creep and who knows what he did with them. He did the same to a friend's mom. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Darla said, where did you hear about the number of pictures of the roommates? Did you get that confused or did you hear that somewhere?
No, when they were interviewing the roommate, when they showed her the photo, like, it was a lot of photos. It wasn't like just he took. That's why I was like, I don't remember if it was like in the thousands or at least hundreds, but he had like more than one picture of the roommate. So I was like, why? There's just a. That's what I was saying. Like, it's a weird. It's inconsistencies with that part where it was like you have thousands of images of Maddie doing your sick perverted bull crap, but yet you have a bunch of pictures of this one particular roommate and you have was another woman. How many roommates was there? 2 or 3? I forgot.
There was 2. I think he only had 2 or 3 pictures of the one roommate, but I could be wrong.
I have to probably look over the interview again because I thought they said there's multiple photos of her naked. So it was like, why would he do that? And then also have, of course, the main thing was Maddie, but it was just weird how he had a bunch of her photos too of her.
Yeah. I do have the police reenactment. I think it's a short on my page where they were like reenacting how he would have done that. But
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen that.
only
Yeah,
a couple. Yeah, Pamela said no, only a couple of her, thousands of Maddie. Yeah, that's what I think it is. Darla said I did hear them say it was all within one few minute time frame for the roommate. Yeah, they did. It was all within it was done at one time in a few minutes, and it was only done.
okay.
I do remember that.
But he did take at least. Well, yeah, I was like, at least it was more than one photo. It wasn't like just one photo he took of her. But I thought it was just still weird that he did that.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay.
15 or 10:20 is when I got a phone call stating that he got home. He had gone to the vape shop, but I don't know if they weren't open or not yet. So he left.
Okay.
And then hung out around the house and waited till I got back for my doctor's appointment.
So he came back home.
Yeah, he did come back home.
Okay.
He grabbed his phone and called me from the house at that point. He had let me know that he accidentally left his phone. He was waiting for the vape store to open, but they never opened, or something like that. And then he went back home just to give it time, and then he went back out later.
Okay. So from 8:30 to 10:15, that's when he's saying that the vape shop was closed and he came back home?
I think so. Something. I mean, I know he was killing time. He does this. He'll just like to aimlessly drive around to kill time.
Real quick, Hunter's Moon is here. It's good to see you. They said, I believe I found the big kapow. Jen stated she found Maddie's phone at some point in the morning while organizing. So my guess is she had Maddie's phone that early morning. Her appointment was at 10:15. Okay, I'm with you so far. Anna said, I think she saw him doing that to the roommate under the door, yet turned her face to the other side. She did it to her daughter. It's
That's a
possible.
good,
All these
yeah, that's a good
situations.
possibility. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it would not shock me if she knew that he was doing that to at least that one particular roommate, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I believe him when he says that he was killing time.
Real quick, Rochelle said he enjoyed victimizing people without their knowledge, and I believe that.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Rhonda said that, yes, Rochelle, that's a God complex. I know more about you or in the situation than you do. It's a control and power thing. So that gives us insight to Stefan's aspect. He likes control and power, and that would go back to Jen being manipulated. And if she is on the spectrum, well, I mean, regardless, it would be easy to manipulate her, but her being on the spectrum and the medications and all of that would make it very easy for him to manipulate her. And in her defense, you know that she later said that he was always negative and he did have a bad temper sometimes.
True. True.
What's like usually how long does it take to go do her drop off and come back?
Like 45 minutes.
Okay. So
45, 50 minutes.
So give or take an hour.
Yeah.
So he should have been back home by like 9:30ish.
Yeah.
Okay. But then there's like 45 minutes to 30 minutes of a gap in time there.
Yeah.
Where could he have gone?
He says he was driving around aimlessly, just killing time.
Okay. So then he comes home, let's just say around 10:15 is what you're.
I know that we don't need to hear this part, but she jumps around a little bit about it in this interview. That's why I'm playing the whole thing. Jenny Jen said Maddie's phone was powered off in the morning. It was powered back on at 10:54 a.m. So sometime after that, Jim would have seen it after her doctor's appointment. Thank you. Jenny. You have thoughts on that?
So I always did wonder, did she ever exactly show to the detective she went to the doctor's appointment? Because I never heard anything where they either verified it, they just took it as her word, and that would what Jenny was just pointing out. That would make sense that, well, if Stinky was out and about doing the bullcrap that he was, and Jen never went to their doctor's appointment, and that was when she was trying to tidy stuff up, but still left certain things in the household, the Crocs, for example. Didn't remove the underwear, his boxers from her pantry. Clothes pantry. So yeah, I've always wondered, did they ever really investigate and see, did she go to a doctor? Or did she prove anything that she went to a doctor's appointment in that time frame?
I would think that she would make sure she did, because if you're going to tell the police that, they are going to check it. So I would think if they couldn't, if it wasn't true, or if they hadn't looked into it, then they would have said something to her, especially during the immunity interview or something like that.
Because I've always kind of took it as, did she either have that as an excuse, and like with Stinky, supposedly went out, but then maybe went somewhere and stayed a little bit and then went back home to make it look like, oh, I was out and about and then I came back.
They could have met up somewhere. I would think it would be on camera. But again, I would think that she went to the doctors, because I'm sure the detectives would have looked into that.
True.
I would think,
that's
but
true.
I could be wrong.
Because it was still, yeah. Well, then again, because I was thinking about the derivative thing, like if they did found out that she didn't, or maybe she did allegedly go to a doctor's appointment but didn't stay there that long and left, or maybe a little bit earlier, how they could not still use that against her if there was any charges against her, if she knew anything more. But yeah, it's just something I just thought about. But what Jennifer brought up with the time and the phone, yeah, that's interesting that it came back on at 10, what was it, 54, she said?
10:54 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Which would have been, I think, no, I don't remember what time she got back. But yeah, it came back on. Trying to see. Hey, Reap What You Sow. I saw that you came in and I didn't get to say hey to you out loud. I was trying to see what y'all are talking about his dad said. Oh, his own dad said that he was a master manipulative being. Yeah, his dad did say he was a master manipulator and that he's lied to them his whole entire life. He did. Yep. Okay.
You're saying. What time did you get home from your doctor's appointment?
I'm gonna say somewhere between 11 and 11:20.
And then did he leave again?
Yes.
How do you know he was home? Because you got.
Okay, so if she got home, I mean, 10:54 is technically 11, or if she got home at like 11:30, that means he would have had to been the one to move her phone. Hey, Manda. Shell said, I'd be fine if Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns got to share a cell together. They both would be repulsed by each other, and I can live with only them in a cot. Yeah. They would at least have each other, though, and they're best friends. I don't know.
You got the call.
Good question,
I
though.
think I saw him when I got home.
Okay. And then what time did he leave again to go to the vape shop?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure what time he left.
And then.
Oh, actually, hold on. Let me think.
Do you guys have a ring at your house? A ring doorbell? Do you have any video doorbell system? Do you have any cameras in the house?
No. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say he left around somewhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, because I remember looking at the time going, I don't think he's gonna be done in time running his errands to be back by 2:30 when I need to leave to go.
Okay.
And he said he ran his errands. He stopped at a few comic shops or game stores or something like that. Then he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. He doesn't remember exactly where. I remember him telling me he hurt himself changing the spare tire.
How did he hurt himself?
Something slipped while he was doing something with what's the crank that pops up that brings
the lift, or
yeah,
you know what I'm
the
talking about. Jack.
Something slipped and his finger got caught between the frame and the jack, I think. So
Okay.
he had to pull out his finger. So I know he's got a band-aid on his finger right now because of that.
Dr. Bonner says, so he shared his bad behavior with the cops related to his parents, but never thought he could do that to her. Everyone, if they will do it with you, they will do it to you, I promise. Yeah, that's my thought. I'm like, again, why did she think he wouldn't do it to her? And my answer to that would be, well, he shared something really big and important with her. And she said, if he trusts me with this information, or if he trusts me with the knowledge of the fact that he did this, then I know he'll never betray me and he'll never do anything to betray me or whatever. And I think that's why she thought that he would never do that to her.
Crazy. It's crazy logic and thinking, but coming from Potato, yeah, it's, and that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Jenny Jen said, well, 10:55 a.m., Maddie's phone took 8 steps and Stephen Stearns was at the complex dumpster. So if Stephen Stearns had it, Jen would have seen the phone much later, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, I knew it should say she. Thank you for that. She said, look, she believes him here. Mm-hmm. It does seem that way.
I had another theory. What if Jen had Maddie's phone, which would explain the turning off and then coming back on?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a good theory.
Mm-hmm. It would, to me, would show, okay, well, clearly if Stinky wasn't the one with it at the time, who would be the only other person that would be having any knowledge of her phone? I doubt the roommates would pay attention that much. So it's gonna come down to Potato.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's possible that she did.
Mm-hmm. So it's an interesting theory.
Mm-hmm.
So what time do you leave the house?
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah, she gets out at 4. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to school, and then I wait about an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, for the car line and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like to be the first in line.
So at what point did you think something's up?
Around 4:10, when she did not come out of school, and I was the first in line. I was holding up the line. I'm the first in line. There's cars behind me, and they already have their kids.
Right.
So when I noticed she had not come out, I drove away, thinking maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her that I was picking her up from school today because I have a new work schedule.
Darla said that's not what the doc's GPS or cameras say. Okay, so we need to pull that to reiterate that theory. We need to validate that. It's possible, but we need to pull the docs. Sorry about that if it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
So
what do you do for work? I'm sorry.
I work at Walt Disney World, front desk concierge at Coronado Springs.
Okay.
I just recently, that's the biggest reason I even called Stefan, was to come help me this week with her getting her to school, helping with the dog. That's the whole reason I even called him, was to come help me.
And what car did he come up in from down there in?
In his dad's Cadillac.
All right. So you kind of get some concerns when she's not coming out.
She's not coming out, so I drove off along the same path she would have walked. I didn't see her. Is she here yet? She goes, no. And I said, oh, maybe I missed her. Maybe.
Does she
still...
sometimes walk home from school?
Yeah, she does.
To, and then you pick her up from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I've always found it weird that she didn't go inside the school. She just immediately left 10 minutes later to go see if she walked to Grandma's office. Why didn't you call Grandma?
Right.
Right, Miss Holmes? Good to see you.
She didn't make it. So I drove back to I think at this point I had called her best friend to ask, because I went to pick her up from school and I didn't see her.
Right.
And she said, no, she never made it to first or second period.
Agreed, Tammy.
Okay.
And I was like, can you please check with your other friends to see if she made it to her other periods?
Mm-hmm.
No,
I
ability.
emailed her teacher.
Right. Snapchat?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. She just has the Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay. So, office, you realize she's not there either. Is this when you go home?
No.
Hey, Dusty.
I go back to the school to go, so I drive the path again to see if I missed her. And then I go back to the school to check with school.
We are going down the avenue of why some of her behavior is socially awkward. We're trying to figure out, see if we can make it make sense that she is socially awkward because of some kind of disorder or something she may have. And if that explains why she reacted the way she did. Dr. Vanna said the self-service line was even roped off, so I couldn't even go down that one. Oh, no. Sorry. Irene said Ori got his hand scratched on a barbed wire fence. Hey, that's possible. I haven't heard that one yet, because we know that supposedly he picked her up over the fence. That's what the cop said. He picked her up over the barbed wire fence and didn't go in through the gate or over the gate. That's funny. I'm sorry, love. Go ahead.
I was like, that's just even stupid itself, but this is Stinky we're talking about.
Yeah, he walked over the barbed wire fence and put her there. Yeah.
Ah, that's real stupid.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Rana said it's funny that someone asked about borderline personality disorder earlier. Although I can't diagnose the disorder, I will say that borderline personality is often the result of a narcissistic parent. Yeah, I was asking about borderline personality disorder.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Veronica said, I hate she says she didn't make it, like it was Maddie's fault. That's a good thing to point out.
Yeah. Another blaming Maddie moment.
Tammy Wren said, if she's socially awkward, why would she get a job as a concierge? You're dealing with people all day. I don't think she wanted to deal with people. I think she just took the job because it was a job. Hold on
check
just
their
a minute.
attendance because her friends are telling me she never made it. But when I got to the school was already closed. So I drove back. I think at this point I had gotten a response from one of her teachers telling me she never made it to my period, and then he checked the attendance for the rest of the day and she never made it to any of the periods.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is when I start to panic and freak out because I know something is wrong.
Oh, you're good, Dr. Rana.
I just thought about that image.
It's okay.
She's talking about the image. Oh, it's redacted. Hold on.
What was Stephanie's reaction when you?
I called him and I said, she never made it to school. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, she got dropped off. I was like,
right.
You dropped her off? She never made it to school. I said, please come to the office right now. He goes, okay, I'm heading there right now. So he hauled ass came to the office.
And you're driving your car and he was driving his car?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he made it to the office and then we where she might be. We were both sitting there pretty upset, pretty distraught, just thinking of the worst case scenarios. Eventually, we found out that there were missing, also 2 other missing children in the area, and that all the cops had gone to a park. So one of my family members went to the park to speak to an officer, to try to get an officer to come back to the office, and he did. And then he took a report. That was about 7:30, I think.
Monday night.
Yeah.
And what's Stefan's kind of demeanor been since then?
He's been absolutely a mess.
Do you think he would ever?
I don't think.
Okay. Understand.
Like I believe you when you talk to me about those images. Those images might be real, or they've happened, but I don't believe you're related to this case. I don't think.
It's been going on. It's been going on.
So again, she's reiterating that I believe those images are real, but they're not related to this case. Again, telling me, I mean, what I'm picking up from that is that you knew about the sexual assault and you just thought that he loved you and that he loved Madeline and he would not ever kill her or commit the actual homicide. But you knew about the pictures and you thought they were in love. I mean, that's the only thing that explains you knowing about the pictures and not doing anything, not thinking they were evil or that they're not related to this case.
I mean, I think it's also, to me, it's still weird that even then she would be asking to see the pictures multiple times just to verify that Stinky's penis. Like, really? His penis around a body part of your daughter? Come on.
Yeah, it makes sense though that if she thought it was the little boy, because I mean, you know, you get 2 children that are the opposite sex that are not related in the same household. I mean, yeah, you run a risk. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything so far, but we're continuing to listen. So far, I'm just seeing that she knew about the assault from what I can grasp from it, but she just thought he would never kill her.
Like, and I wish I could say, you know, it's not true. It's not. I mean, we have images.
Hey, Lisa.
We have them. I looked at them. This goes all the way back to 2022. some of those pictures. I understand it's a lot to take in right now. I can only imagine what you're going through, but we need to know literally everything. I mean, at the end of the day, like I've told you many, many times, the sheriff's office main goal here, we want. But we need your help.
I'm going to pause that right there. Dr. Vana said, I'm not ruling out autism. I'm just saying from all the behavior and interviews I've seen so far, I personally don't think she meets all 3 criteria for the diagnosis. What about borderline personality disorder? And you might have answered that question. I'm sorry if you did. Diamond Girl said, it still bothers me. Jen said she found Madeline Soto's phone while putting things away. Her home didn't look very in order. So what all did she pick up and move around that morning? They should ask her what time. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe she moved some laundry, straightened up a little bit or something. I don't know. Dr. Vonna said, also, she says, Jen, that she has ADHD. So people are aware of ADHD and autism have similar symptoms. Yeah. It could just be ADHD, but again, that would not explain her social awkwardness. How come no one thought about Maddie being missing was related to the other 2 missing kids? That's a good question. Tammy said there was no blood found at the house, but they found blood on her when they found her body. Yeah. There was nothing upstairs or in the rooms. There was something on the charcoal gray blanket in Jen's room and stuff on Maddie's bed.
Like a brown stain or something like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We can only do so much. You're with her on a daily basis. You understand everything. But at the end of the day, we just need to know. Did he make any mention of going anywhere, taking her somewhere when he came into town? I know you said they like to play games together.
No, he didn't mention taking her going
And prior to coming up Sunday, when's the last time he's been here?
I'm gonna say it's been over a month.
Heather said the blood may have been on the blankets that Stephen Stearns washed when it was his turn for laundry duty. Yeah.
Has she ever made any comments to you about sex or anything like that?
Good question,
Being
Jenna.
abused or anything like that? Hold on 1 second.
Jenna said, why would photos be in Stephen Stern's phone if it was the son of the roommate and pictures with Maddie, though? That's a good question for us.
Yeah.
I don't know why Jen would have asked that at the time.
That's actually a really good point. Like, why would that even come up then? Like, well, because then that would either suggest that or hint that was he abusing the boy, which probably wasn't, most likely not. So why would she even bring that up?
Right. I would love for you to get back to me on that, Dr. Bonner, and I appreciate you. Okay. Right, Poop? Sorry, y'all. I'm eating my Hershey Kisses.
Oh, don't worry. I just ate my lunch right quick.
I like the white chocolate ones. They don't have the candy cane ones anymore. I'm brokenhearted.
I'm 50-50 on those ones.
I love them. I'm eating cookies and cream ones right now.
Ooh, those look pretty good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Some people told me why I eat not Twizzlers, but Red Vines. They told me they don't like the taste of Red Vines, but I love them. I can't help it.
I don't know what those are. I don't think I've ever had them.
I'm assuming your kids probably know what. Well, I feel like I'm old now, but it's like Twizzlers were very popular, at least when I was a kid in the 90s. They're like licorice, but
I know. I know what Twizzlers are, but you said
Okay.
red vines?
Yeah, red vine. It's like another. I think it's the old-fashioned version of licorice, or another name for them. But you can find them like at Dollar General's, Walgreens, CVS, and they're like my comfort food.
Aw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I don't
comfort
like
snack.
Twizzlers. I've got one child that likes them.
Yeah, I used to like them as a kid. Not anymore. As I got older, it's like, kids can have them. A lot of them seem to be into it, but I'm done.
That's interesting. Learn something new every day.
Well, I think as you get older too, I realize, and I talk with other people that certain things you like as children you don't like anymore. Like I hate macaroni, can't stand it anymore. Kid used to eat it almost every day. Can't do it now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I eat macaroni and cheese a lot. It's my favorite. But I like the Stouffer's.
Yeah, I used to like those ones.
Mm-hmm. Hey, content. She was upset that she didn't get a lot of gifts and a lot of money. You guys are right about that. Me too, Susie. I've got one kid that likes Twizzlers, and she eats, like, when they get it for Halloween and stuff, they always give her Twizzlers. You know, curiously, she likes those dang circus peanuts too, like from Dollar General, them orange. The video's playing, by the way. It's just a quiet part. I'm not just sitting here talking. Those circus peanuts that are like foam. I don't know how she eats them, but she loves them.
Yeah, I kind of like those every once in a while.
I don't know why.
So there might have been a little bit of miscommunication here, but a Kissimmee police officer detective is going to come speak to you about everything that we just talked about. Okay. So they're going to come talk to you with an Orange County detective. So I don't want to go too much further into it with you because they're going to go a little bit deeper. They know a lot more than I do. Okay. So they'll be able to explain a little bit more to you. Is that fair? In the meantime, do you need to use the bathroom or anything? It's okay. Take your time. Do you need any more water?
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the transcript.
Are they coming for an interview?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you're not going to have to go anywhere.
Because I know it's like a long period of not talking, really. Hold on just a minute. I can't search the transcript, but I can see where they start talking again on my phone at least. Lord, I'm in the lives list. All right, now. Okay, there it is. I know we can go a little bit ahead.
Less than 2 weeks.
Oh, so you just started there?
Yeah.
Are you just like in training or how does it work?
Yeah, I'm training.
Okay. What'd you do before that?
I was a substitute teacher for a little bit, but for the most part, for the last few years, I've just been living off disability.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, the next thing is at 39 and we're at 33. So let's go to 39. I would like to see the time. Thank you. It's at 39:15. So give it just a second. Let me turn my computer. Okay. Hey, Cozy.
let's say all the sexual stuff did happen, or we know it happened. What if he's telling the truth about dropping her off and driving away and driving around in circles and getting to the vape shop? Is there video evidence of him in front of the vape store? Because I know there's banks around, right in that same plaza. There must, and an Amscot. There must be video of him pulling into that plaza and waiting.
What do you mean? What's your question?
If you guys have found evidence of him being in front of the store like he said he was, like it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
Yeah.
What if
I got you.
else?
So just like Detective Khalees explained, that's why the Kissimmee detective and the Orange County detective are going to come and talk to you about it. Obviously, it's too.
So I haven't heard her reference again the little boy that's there, and we're gonna go through it as much as we can. I've got the next timestamp for where they start talking again. If I can't find it tonight, and during the live, I'll work on finding it tonight, and we'll talk about it a little bit in the beginning of tomorrow's live. We're gonna continue for as long as we can, but I haven't heard anything yet. I'm with Hunter's Moon on like a side thing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with her? Like, again, thinking that the CSAM is okay, but homicide is not. Like, I'm still, that's where I'm at with this right now. Still, so far.
That we're talking about, but they may be tied together. They may not. We're not sure. But that's why we want to talk to you and get as much information as possible. That's what the detectives are going to come and talk to you and, try to help us out. Get as much information.
Am I allowed to talk to my sister right now?
Right now, just hang on for right now until after they're done.
Okay, it's quiet again until about 53 is when the detective comes in. Oh, hold on.
You weren't there. I just want to know what was said at the press conference. What did I miss?
They'll let you know.
She's asking what was said at the press conference, what she missed.
What are you worried about that you missed?
Nothing, just if there's a new piece of information that I haven't heard or something. But I know you guys are keeping me in the loop.
Yeah.
Right, Beboop? Bebop? Okay.
I just keep hoping.
Hold on. Let me see.
That seems like a dumb question too.
She's still out there and she's still alive.
Yeah.
I don't think Stefan would.
With the whole press conference, that just seems.
She just says, yeah, like, what do you think you're going to miss at the press conference? Why are we even worried about that when we're talking about the CSAM stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next one is at 53. They're just kind of waiting there for a while. This is where the detective comes in. Oh, hold on. Basil just came back in. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Here you go. Well, I said that's where he came in. Hold on. It says 53, 55 per the transcript. Okay, we'll skip it ahead because he just introduces himself.
City limits. Okay. So that's the reason we got involved now. Okay, you understand? All right, so I understand you probably answered a lot of questions and you've got a lot of stuff going on. I am apologizing now. I may ask you the same things that you've already been asked. That's just because I like to hear it for myself. Okay.
And
I'm searching
I
the
know
transcript
you've been
now
speaking
for
with her
photo
quite a
stuff.
bit, but we want to do what we can as soon as possible. Okay, so that's our main focus right now. All right. So, but before I get started, your first name is Jennifer, right?
Yeah.
And your last name is?
Soto.
So, what's your telephone number?
718.
Okay.
938.
Okay.
I can't like type in words on my phone, so I'm scrolling through it. Just trying to see where we talk about photos again. I think it's the next one is at 140. I'm gonna go ahead and take it to 104 because that's where I'm at in the transcript. This is just recap of the day.
Mhm.
Okay.
Opening the door. So we decided to leave. But I had already emailed one of her teachers. I think when I had spoke to her best friend, I had emailed the teacher. The teacher confirmed that she never made it to his period and never made it to any of her other periods that day. He checked her attendance for the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
When he told me this, I realized something was really wrong. It's truly wrong. A panic attack.
And what time was this?
I'm gonna say around 4:45, 4:50.
Okay.
And yeah, I called Stefan. I asked Stefan, I'm like, did you drop her off? He said, yeah, why? I'm like, she never made it to school. He's like, what? What do you mean?
Okay, I'm
like,
gonna
I
go
don't know,
ahead
just,
to
she's not here.
117.
She's not here. And he drove immediately to the office and then waited with me.
That's always been weird to me.
Second
Why
panic
didn't
attack.
he wait at the complex to see
I
if she
came
came back
home,
there?
Right.
While they
And
were
what's the
waiting for
correspondence
police.
yesterday.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Yesterday, whenever we got kicked out of the house, whenever they told us we couldn't go back in, forensics was coming.
Okay, so the next part we want to hear is 120. Oh, it's right here. Okay.
Okay. We got it. We
into
got
the
it.
car, and I was like, oh, the seat's adjusted. I'm like, did you get it? He's like, yeah.
I think this is where
And
they start
then
talking
we
about
have been in contact with
penises
her at her
specifically.
apartment, but that was after the initial report was made.
That was last night.
Yes. Yesterday, the other detective, Frank,
She did email the teacher. It was at 5:36 and he responded to her. It was at 5:30 something and he responds to her at 5:53, I think.
responded around 10 o'clock in the morning and started looking at the school. I'm not sure when the initial contact was made with her. I want to say it was like around 11 or 12, right? At your apartment. And we've been in contact with her since then.
Okay. So right here in just a second.
Now, I understand that a detective recently showed you some pictures of not so pleasant things. Okay. What was discussed at that point?
They asked me if I recognized the penis. In one image, I didn't. In the other image, not that I recognized the penis exactly, but I recognized the things around the penis. And
Like what, clothing or?
Clothing and like a pillowcase
Okay.
that was like underneath the penis in the picture. So I recognized that.
Did he explain to you where those images came from?
He said Stefan's one. Is that correct?
Did he explain to you the content of those pictures?
I'm not sure. Just explain that they were in his phone, that there's evidence that they've been sexually active or doing things.
What's Stefan's relationship with? What's their relationship like?
This is a pretty big segment where they talk about it. Hey, Mrs. O, I'm reading your comments. I just can't highlight them because then we'll miss the transcripts. Carolina said the public's help with anyone seeing the Lincoln, right? While Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns were both being interviewed. I think they asked for that, yeah. And then quickly, Miss Holmes said, I think her blood appointment was actually selling her blood at a plasma bank. Could be how they checked her levels of her liver for her medicine too. I'm with you, Veronica. It's sad.
I was gonna say really good, super great.
I'm sorry it's so low.
He's always been super sweet and kind to her, very accepting, warming, understanding of her because she's got ADHD, so she's kind of a little, I'll say abnormal. In the sense like she doesn't act like a regular
Wow.
child, but you have to have extra patience and understanding for her.
What's your thoughts?
I wouldn't even never say my kid is abnormal. That's one thought.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a way to describe your kid. I was gonna say she talks so low because I think this is the parts where she's trying to sound innocent and doesn't have any idea what's going on. So maybe that's I would say why it's kind of hard for if anyone can't hear it. It's just she always does that. I think she just lowers her voice to sound like she is like an innocent, childlike almost aspect.
Yeah.
Because I can clearly hear the detective, the male detective and the female detective. Well, the female sounds like she's even closer to the microphone or whatever they're recording. So,
Yep. She talks so low, like a child that's in trouble. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Hey, D head. DD head 420. No sense of urgency. It's all about her. I hate her. I'm with you on that. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Heo, thank you for doing a drive-by.
And he does that really well.
And she's not right, from what I understand.
She just
when she's around Stefan, does she act any different?
No, she's happy, just like, hey, how are you? But she doesn't act any differently or weirder with him.
There's no really easy way to ask this, but do you think it's possible that Stefan and her are having a sexual relationship?
Before those images, I would have said absolutely not. But if you're telling me that on the other side of that penis that they showed me was her with her mouth, then there's nothing else I can believe that has to be true.
So
before that evidence, I would have said no.
Has Stefan always been like?
So right there, I mean, she's admitting that she does think it's Stefan's member. I'm not seeing where she talks about the roommate's child at all. Like even there, she just admitted that, you know, before you showed me those images, I would have never thought it was Stefan. But now that you show me that on the other side of that member is her mouth, yeah, I believe that he did do that to her or they were having a sexual relationship. Heo, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. I will come pick you up in the train, even though you said no, ma'am, but I'm still coming. Here I come. We're going to arrest Jen Soto. I will continue to look through this. I will look at the interview. Hey, Titanium. I will look at the interview to see that you sent me, Joseph, to see if I can find it in that, and I will look around tonight to see if I can find it. But I'm not seeing it so far.
Maybe
we will.
it's
Go ahead, love. Sorry.
Maybe it's like what Sarah was saying. Could be a Mandela thing. I mean, I honestly, but this is probably way back. I thought she mentioned something to the effect of when they were showing the pictures. She was either trying to accuse or hint at the roommate's son, but it could be maybe a Mandela thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all all remember that, then it's got to be out there. I don't remember it so far, but I'm gonna work on finding that tonight, and we'll have to talk about it in the morning because it is like 5:45 here. My husband's
Yeah.
gonna be home at like 6:15, and I haven't even started cooking. My kids are gonna be hungry. So I'm gonna have to go so that I can cook dinner. I will work on finding that. I will see what I can find. I will let you know tomorrow on tomorrow's live. I'll let you guys all know what I found. And if you guys know where it's at, if you find it through the night, email me, let me know, and that way I'll have it. I am gonna check that link you sent me, Joseph.
I would say overall, I think even if we do find the moment when she mentions or hints at the roommate son or not, I think it's still showing that she didn't really seem concerned, or it was a really bad act at showing somewhat of like shock that she sees the photos but yet can't remember or recognize her so-called ex-boyfriend's penis.
Mhm.
So I think that overall is like a clear signs of bullshitting, to say the least. But I
Yeah.
hopefully, yeah. I was like, hopefully we can see if she did mention anything about the roommate's son. But I mean, my God, it's just still, oh my goodness, it's just it's
I mean,
incredible.
yeah, and I mean, I am gonna look for it, and I will let you know if I find it. But even if we find that, what I don't know, I'm not sure how we can. I know we talked about it earlier. I just probably don't remember. But what would that show? We just heard her talk about Stefan, that she wouldn't have believed it before, but now she does believe that it's Stefan on the other side of that picture. Um, can we say that her reaction is correlated to some kind of Asperger's, autism, borderline personality disorder to this extent? I don't think so personally.
No, it to me it's well, I have anecdotal experience with people that have forms of Asperger's and autism, and even in that, it's like you can say levels of it. So it's like I just never experienced anything like that. Some of them have kids,
Uh-huh.
and they still show, in my personal opinion, genuine love and care for their children, even if they have uh, the aspects of when it comes to autism and Asperger's, when it comes to, like, let's say, emotional interaction with other people. So it's just like with in her particular case, even if she had something or a version of it, it still doesn't explain the initial interviews with the police and how, or just the way she reported things, and Stinky, how what happened and what was going on. It just shows no emotion. There's just nothing towards her daughter. There's
Yeah.
hints of there's hints of emotion towards Stinky.
Yeah,
Or
and that's the other correlation to it, right? Because like you're showing emotion, you get upset, you get excited, things like that when you talk about Stefan, but just not Madeline.
So I mean, if it's possible that she has it, it just seems so bizarre that the one person that literally is a piece of you, literally,
Yeah.
is gone and missing, and yet you show more concern for someone else that you have an on off and you remotely don't even have sex with at all.
Mhm.
So, like I said, it maybe she has it. It just, to me, just seems bizarre that even if she did have a form of Asperger autism, no care whatsoever for her daughter except certain aspects, and that's it.
Yeah.
hmm
Mhm.
Yep. So, but good stream, good panel. I like to say, I
Yeah.
always have a good time coming here, and I'm gonna see if maybe I can use my laptop, because I always use my phone, and I try to interact with all in the comments, but for whatever reason, it won't allow me to do it on my phone while I'm on panel. So I'm gonna see if I can get on my laptop and comment when other people mention something, and I just want to mention it in chat.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. I appreciate your input. We all do. We like to have a male's perspective.
I appreciate that, ladies, but I'll head out and enjoy the rest of your day, Alege, okay?
All right, you too. Thank you so much for coming up. We appreciate you. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Hey, girl. It's good to see you. Girl said I followed this case and watched all the interviews like 50 times. Well, yeah, you can let me know if you see that. But again, my final thoughts on this would be like, even if she does have some form of some kind of mental disability, which we know she does have some, does it explain her reactions for Maddie, especially when you take into consideration how she reacts towards Stefan as opposed to Maddie? I do want to thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. I could talk to myself by myself all day, every day, and it would be nothing without all of you guys. The Speculating family talking and sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations in chat. I do appreciate everybody being so open and accepting the people with differing opinions. I appreciate that because, we can't expand our thought processes and expand our horizons unless we can hear other aspects of things. Maybe they pick up on something we didn't. Maybe they see something differently than we do, and we can all learn from each other that way by being accepting and by saying, okay, well, that's what you think, let's see if it works, and that's what you think, let's see if we can make it work. Like, I really enjoy doing things like that. I feel like we can all learn doing that, and we all learn from each other. Steph says she clearly knows it's wrong. That's all that matters. I mean, I'm definitely with you on that. I hope to see you here again tomorrow. I hope y'all have the best evening ever. Sorry. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I will look for that tonight, see what we can find. I don't know if we will be able to find anything or not. We will be talking about Madeline tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do immunity or the interview with Stefan's friend. I will post it later tonight. I hope y'all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.